question? Roll call?
Chair, I have a question.
Okay.
So, on your report, you add up the days you were gone, there's 16 days on travel in the month of June.
Okay.
Are you ever in your office?
We do have people there, yes.
No, I'm asking if you're in your office.
Am I in the
Yeah.
office?
Because according to your report, you're on travel half the month.
When I'm not on travel, I am in the office, yes. Everything I do is, I do have a page. Everything I do, I put it on there. Everything I attend, I put it on there. Matter of fact, there's some things I don't put on there. Oh, go ahead, Councilman Steele.
Mr. Chair, I think I kind of been thinking about this for the past 2 days, and I didn't know where I could bring it up, but since it's your agenda and you're pretty much, open and all across the reservation, we had an elderly male yesterday, a gentleman come in front of us and he brought an issue that should be concerning to all of us that maybe we should have been discussing during this council meeting. And it's hard to discuss stuff right now because right off you get accused of campaigning. But in the last month or two, we've had, we lost 6 young ladies across our homelands. And there's a lot of gun violence of young people. And so I've actually called for a reservation-wide meeting to start in my district this Sunday.
Oh,
And I invited everybody because it's concerning how it was never like this in the 80s and the 90s when we were growing up, where kids at the age of 14 are going around shooting at people. And I think as a president, I think we need to have your office and your staff, maybe you can assist with the district chairmen to kind of bring this to the forefront. A lot of times we hear in law and order that cops only have so much ability because of civil rights. And the biggest thing is parents and elders, the grandparents, they have the ability to go through their kids' rooms and their stuff and to look for guns and drugs and signs of drug use or whatever. So somehow we need to make this an issue. I'm kind of surprised it's not an issue on our council agenda, knowing that we're having all these shootings. With the shooting of this 10-year-old boy here in Pine Ridge, still no answers for the shooting of that 40-year-old boy out in number 4. And this young lady in Wounded Knee that was killed, and no answers on that issue. And then you had this other young lady on Denby Road. There's just so much. And it's like, it's not an issue for us. And I know the family for this other young lady wants a candlelight vigil on Thursday here in Pine Ridge, and I talked to the reps about that. Well, we have to make this an issue. We have to put that to the forefront right now, rather than all the other stuff we're dealing with, because people are scared. You had two young ladies at the store here in Big Bats getting gas and got pulled a gun on them. So I really think we need to, and I know people are going to say things to us for campaigning, but these are the issues that are facing us right now. maybe your office and your staff could kind of come to our meeting and then take it from there with district chairmans and set something up in every district where people can come and not really have a session where we need strategies. We need to strategize on how to get into these kids' rooms, into their stuff, into these houses with the consent of the parents and the grandparents. Something, because it's not working right now. And our law enforcement's tired. So I just wanted to offer that to you as the president of the tribe, to maybe come on out on Sunday and we could take it from there and make that an issue. Because yesterday when the gentleman came and threw that in our face, we just kind of turned away from it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, you bring out a lot of good points there. And it does start at the family level. You know, we can throw out all the motions and try to enforce all the laws, but we gotta tackle it where it's really coming from, and that's at the grassroots level, the communities out there. But they also need help out there. We need the programs out there too. To try to reach out to those families that are in need in our communities, because that's where it begins, right there. You know, and that's a tough issue too, because you know you can't just walk into a family home, you know, and try to correct that. So how do we deal with that? You know, with mental health, behavioral health issues in our communities. And I've been asking health admin to look into those things and see what we can come up with. I know we talked to some of the people within the PD and how we can get something together, maybe a conference. I just got an invite from BIA, Mental Health Services, requesting to attend and speak at the conference. I have no issue, no problems doing those things because, you know, I spend a lot of time involved in those kind of things, mental health and behavioral health programs and treatment, things like that. So those things interest me. But some of the things that I get called on is that there's no services in the districts. So we need to change that. So we need to figure out how we can go after some funding to initiate those things. And I agree, we do need to do something. And it needs to cover those areas where we can offer talking circles. We can offer alcohol and drug counseling. We can reach out to the communities, maybe even some spiritual help that way. Get the people involved, our youth involved in our cultural events and things like that. Because, you know, I have my daughter and her friends. They really have nothing to look forward to as far as entertainment things, events like that, after hours or during hours when they're not in school. So we need to create things like that. But I definitely hear what you're saying, and yes, we will be looking into those things because it needs to happen. You know, we advocate this in Washington. The last time we were there, I was advocating on it. Our mental health and behavioral health issues. So it's not like I'm not doing anything. I am. I'm also trying to voice for that to our, even our delegation, or congressionals, or and some of the program, IHS, HHS, headquarters. We ask for those things. What can we work? Where can we find funding? Some things like that. The state really advocates, you know, it kind of upset me when they were picking up the MMIW, And they used that, I don't know if that was a punchline or political move, but, okay, so if they're taking on that challenge of getting involved that way, then why aren't they reaching out to the tribes? Is it just the cities they're getting involved with, when it actually should be the reservations within the Great Plains region? So there's a lot of things that we need to look at on a higher level. Go ahead, Councilman Cowley, and then Councilman Pooyer and Greenwald.
Ryan was before me, I was kind of.
Oh, Ryan did, okay.
You know, on piggyback off of Mr. Steele there, because he makes a valid point. And I also want to highlight the fact that, you know, we at Finance Committee had a meeting one day when 5 of us showed up. And along the conversations, we got to thinking that, you know, we also took an oath to uphold the general welfare of the people. And we took some action during that day at the meeting to, you know, the issue was coming down to CCTV and cameras and whatnot to try to catch the perpetrators that were committing the offenses. I believe we went as far as to have a small conversation about some of the laws that have to be written, because we don't have this in our law and order code as of yet. But as of yesterday, I've got a couple text messages sending me photos of these cameras that are up and about already, which I want to say, you know, is commendable. There's a lot of good responses on it, and I do believe the positive will come out of it at some point. But I also believe in the Finance Committee, we also recognized a way to help raise the funds to accommodate the offset, the total cost of this. And then I was informed by my counterpart here, Mr. Dreamer, that they tried this 2 administrations ago, a couple administrations ago, and it didn't go anywhere. So I'm hoping with everything that we have available to us that we now have a dedicated, hopefully, funding streamline, which we should have an answer hopefully at tomorrow's meeting as to whether we can push forward with it and hopefully make a positive impact. So yeah, I agree, you know, we are in a state of emergency. We always say we're in emergency mode most of the time. And I think we're beyond that right now. So I just wanted to let you and the public know that we are making efforts to push something and bring something forward that is positive and should help the people in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, we all need to work together. Councilman Jumping Eagle?
Chair, real quick, so I seen a letter from Rosebud. They sent out a letter to BIA requesting for a temporary, what would you call it, deployment of officers to their reservation to help. Can we do that? And I think we did that last year and we got denied because they're short-staffed also. And this is nothing, you know, not talking bad about our officers, because they do a good job, but they're short-handed. Is there a way that do I need to make a motion to have you reach out to BIA to try to do that again for extra help for, I think Rosebud's was for like 90 days, 90-day deployment for some of their officers. Can we do that?
Yeah, I have no problem with that. That's, I haven't had the opportunity to sit down with the chief and go over what he has planned.
But I think, you know, instead of waiting for you to meet with him, I think we just take that action here at council. And like I said, it's not I'm not trying to say our officers officers here ain't doing their job because they're just short-handed. But, since we're on your report, I'll make that motion that you send a letter to BIA to request for some assistance.
Yeah, that's no problem.
That'll be my motion.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilman Giampanino, second by Councilman Spotted Bear. Also, want to also remind you that, remember, we did do that and they came for 2 weeks. They were only able to do that for 2 weeks, and a lot of people thought it was ice. But I really do think we need more help. Of course, we're still in litigation. We are in a state of emergency in law enforcement. Just need to repeat that again. We are in a state of emergency with law enforcement. And we are, we were told that we'll go into litigation, I believe sometime in August. I know that's some time a ways here, but in the meantime, I have no problem trying to find other available resources, so I'm all for that. Roll call, Secretary.
Chairman.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure. Did you not write it down?
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. And thank you for that motion, Ryan, because that was gonna go along with the line, what I was going to ask. At the beginning of this administration, we did ask for enforcement on our curfew, and our community members are asking for that again because they felt the effects of it. They were able to sleep at peace at night and be mindful that there was saturation controls happening in our districts. And so they're requesting that that be enforced. And I support that because last night when I was coming home around 10:30, there were 4 young children looked to be in middle school riding their bikes and walking downtown. And it just seems like, what are we doing? And we say enforce it, but we truly want to see what happened at the beginning of this administration. The youth need to be inside at home protected, where with their family, where they live. But we'd like to see that enforced again, is that curfew. And if that means across the board again, until we can get a handle on what's happening, then that's what we should do.
I believe we still have a curfew ordinance out there.
Right.
Well, before we run this motion, I'll give the floor to Councilman Clear and Councilman Greenwood. And then Councilman Goldsberry and then Councilwoman Sears.
I think they mentioned it yesterday, I think somebody from your office need to get a hold of the FBI, the ATF, because there was a deal on the news where they were coming down here. They need to touch base with you and let us know what they're going to be doing here, because on the news they said they're going to go check all these guns that the police department have confiscated and see if they're involved in any bad things. So I think that's within your authority, or the chief, to see what they're doing and have them report, or come and report to the council, law and order, or somebody, because this is getting completely out of hand. I agree with Mr. Steele saying, everybody's saying, but something has to be done. I mean, yesterday. But that's just the way I look at it. You know?
Yeah, we want to utilize what resources we can, but you guys know it's the same as well as I do. We're limited on funding.
But what are these people gonna do? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah. Chief, maybe you can answer that question on whether.
Let me do my part, Chair, so that way he can respond to what I'm gonna say too. Because I have some stuff for him too as well.
All right, wait, hold on. Slow down here.
I was gonna say.
Councilman Poirier, were you done?
We have a motion just to approve the report.
Okay.
And then we go on to all this discussion.
All right, well, let's run the motion, then we'll get back into this
Or
conversation.
they can go into all theirs.
Okay. Secretary, roll call.
Okay, this is the motion to approve the president's report. Richard Greenwald Senior,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Senior,
Yes.
Jillian Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Donald Gosper,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Troy Little,
Yes.
Garfield Still,
Yep.
and David Kelly,
Yes.
George Junior Jr.,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Beef Randall,
Yep.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
David Poyer,
Yes.
Unanimous 17, motion carried. All right, go ahead, Councilman Greenwald.
Thank you, Chair. The way I see it is the people hired you and you handle the day-to-day operations. We hired the chief of police, or chief of staff, that's gonna be below you, that is at your will and when you're doing the day-to-day operations. And then you got program directors, you got the chief of police. You have all these people that run these programs that are there. And I know why Ryan brought up the concerns about being out of office, and I know you're busy, but while you're away, people are being murdered, people are, there's gun violence, there's accidental shootings going on because people are messing with guns. And the calls for services are going through the roof. So I think that a lot of this can be addressed at your level from your office by bringing these entities together. Jason, remember the MDT where you guys all met every month at the feds and the U.S. Attorney's Office, all that? That should still be happening with the court on the side. But you as the president of the tribe, you have programs that are already that been funded, and I get it. And our people don't get it. Our people don't understand that the President of the United States has us on a chopping block for millions of dollars he's trying to cut. And every day our tribe is battling, all of us in here are trying to battle those cuts. Some of you went to DC to try to foil off some of them cuts, and some of it has worked, and thank you for what you do. But at the local level here, all of, like HHS, Lisa on them, childcare, you're talking parenting, you're talking SDIs or STIs. That's another thing that nobody's talking about is the HIV and the STDs that are going through the roof, the crime rate, all of these different programs that we have out there. I went and I sat down at a meeting with Oyate last week or 2 weeks ago, and I watched and I looked at all of the proactive stuff that they're doing on some of the same stuff that we're doing, diabetes, STIs, all these different things that community are going on. But what are they? If you look at their people that are out there, they're out there hitting the ground, they're putting up billboards, they're educating people. I don't see a lot of that going on here. Where's all of our billboards? How come we don't got shit all over the, pardon my language, all over Keeley radio stating we need to talk about gun safety, we need to talk about locking up our firearm safety. All this stuff could be training that could be happening in our schools, in our communities, but everybody sits back and you just sit and watch the game as it plays out. In the meantime, his crew's overworked and underpaid. And now we got a new chief of police in here, so my thing to you, Jason, is I'd like to see you and everybody else look at being proactive and not reactive all the time. When we sit back and we become reactive about things, a lot of times the crime rate keeps going up and up and up. But if we allow him to get out there and start hitting the ground, being proactive and out there doing things before it happens, foot patrols, out there at night, hitting these juveniles, knocking on doors, where's your parents? Why are these kids out at night? Being proactive, then their calls for service will start coming back down because people will start seeing all this stuff going on. But if we're going to be away from the ball game and I'm only around, and if you're not here, then the vice president should be stepping up into what you ask her to do. These are things I need you to follow up on. I need you to meet with the chief of police. I need you to meet with Lisa. I need you to meet with Pigeon. I need you to meet with all these programs. And I want to know what they're doing every week. You should know what they're doing to be proactive in our communities. Not sitting back, waiting for the next shooting to happen. Because what I'm hearing is a lot of these tragic things that are happening, a lot of them are accidental. Things that are happening in homes, guns going off and somebody gets killed. Not necessarily a murder, but just not handling your weapons properly. Not putting them away in lock boxes. We need to talk about lock boxes and, you know, the things where you tie up your pistols, Jason, and it has a lock on it. There's grants that we could get. There's funding out there right now to send us tons of that stuff and start educating our people. You need to lock your weapons up. You need to be responsible gun owner. There's education, things like that. Let your mind do its thing, but it's going to have to be at your level. It has to be at your guys' level, your directors, chief of police. Just wanted to share that. Because we get beat up all the time. I cannot be in, I'm sorry everybody that lives across our res, but we cannot be in your homes. We cannot be everywhere where you're at all the time. A lot of these things that are happening is based off of somebody making a decision. A stupid decision here, a stupid decision there. Somebody's life is lost. A child is injured or hurt or killed. Those all became someone's personal decision that they made that day. And we're all the ones that got beat up for it because of your stupid decision. But we could be doing more as far as educating. We have to do more. We could do way better.
Well, yeah, no, I definitely agree. It takes everybody, even the leadership here. Are these things being discussed in law and order, HHS, these kind of things? We all need to work together. So it goes both ways. So and I depend on you guys to work your districts too.
Chair, we discussed a lot of this stuff, but we need you to enforce it and get it moving. We need you to keep hitting it all the time because we pass things in committee, but where does it go? We need the people that are here on the day-to-day to enforce those, to make sure that those programs are doing those things we've asked of them. There's a lot of stuff that we passed, they didn't even know about it out at public safety because between here and there, it was never relayed to them. There's new laws that we passed that our Attorney General didn't pass on to them and educate anybody on the process of the new law that we passed. And those are the things that I'm talking about, making sure that those
and
are.
I think that's where the breakdown is,
Yep.
Chief,
It is.
right there. When things are passed in committee, it's not dispersed out to the rest of the leadership.
Whose job's supposed to be at the committee?
So we gotta figure out a way on how to do that. All right, so go ahead, Cubby.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I just wanted to kind of touch what Chief's brought up. You know, we passed a gun buyback. We passed for the treasurer to look at their ALMA money to hire a security company and help with the shortfalls of Pine Ridge. You know, that was supposed to give them a taser and some bear mace, no weapon, give them authority to hog tie people or question them. You know, we made motions for housing to bring the TSRs in and work together with the cops and everything else, but the communication breakdown somewhere. And I'm glad the Chief's here because, you know, Chief, you know, you got the CIs, you got security, you got all your highway patrol, you got the officers. I think, you know, the CIs, all of them, they're all gonna have to really step up to the plate. And instead of like the CIs just waiting back to solve cases, they might have to go into the roles and be a police officer now. They really are gonna have to. Because I know we talked about this for 3 years and it's just kind of stagnant. And now all this stuff's building up. And I know you just got in, Chief. We passed a lot of this stuff already. And I don't know where communication is, but we need to fix that in law and order. And then even HHS, because the TSRs have a big part to play in this too. But, you know, Chair, I just want to throw my 2 cents out there. I mean, we did pass a lot of this stuff and it just kind of fizzled out. So, thank you.
Councilwoman Sears.
Well, I think a lot of these issues is our responsibility too, to take it back to our district. When we're saying communication and people don't know what's being passed out there, because we're not taking it back to our people. When we say, let's take it back, nobody wants to do that. They want to pass it right now. And then it's after the fact, we're hearing it from our people out there in our districts. You guys need to bring those back to us so we can review them and have input. Because they're out there living this, whatever issues that they're concerned about, they're living it. So maybe they got solutions, maybe they can offer something, but we always do that, and then we don't, and then we're sitting here again, no communication. So I think that's what we have to start doing as elected leaders from our districts. Take these ordinances back and quit acting on them so hastily, real fast, and get, then we're backtracking. And then nobody knows, just like they're saying, law enforcement, courts, they didn't get these. So I think that's, partly our fault for not getting these out to the people too, and getting somebody on the radio, getting the copies out everywhere. So we need to start doing that.
Councilman Steele, and Councilman Kraus.
Chairman, I guess what I was kind of alluding to was we need more support from community, because we have all these ordinances written, we have all the laws written. I was looking at the gun violence stuff, the laws that we have in the books. We have it all in there. Do you think those 12, 13, 14-year-old kids care what's written on a paper? No, they don't. All these programs, we're sitting here, we know we're short-funded, we know we're short-handed. We know all of that. We can't wait for more funding because we're waiting for more funding while this violence is still occurring. So what are our solutions to help with what we have at hand? That's what we need to do. We need to go out to the community members, to the people, and that's why I said I was having this reservation-wide meeting as a strategic meeting, is to get the people involved. They're the biggest asset to solving a lot of these problems, because their family members, their relatives, they're a part of this chaos. All of us, my relatives, my family members are a part of it, everybody. And as a relative, as a leader, as whatever, that we have the solutions, but we need help from the people. They're the biggest piece to this puzzle, not law enforcement. They're doing what they can, but their ability is stretched so far, and then they're shut off with this civil violations and stuff. That's where we need the parents. That's where we need the grandparents. That's what I'm saying. We need to find solutions now for what we have, not waiting for funding that will never get here. That's what I'm saying. We need to have more strategic meetings in the communities with all the people, because everybody knows who's selling what. Everybody knows who's doing what. I guarantee you, all the community knows which kids are the ones going out and shooting guns. Everybody knows. So how do we get into those homes? Those are what we have to talk about. Find those ways to get in there with what we have now. Not waiting for the BIA or the federal government to come in and save us, because they don't care about us. We're sitting here dying every day. So I think these meetings in the communities that I requested have to happen. And I want to thank you, Chief, for reaching out. He's been involved. He went and walked to George, and he came out to Kyle, and there's one in Allen today. And then, like I said, Sunday, Chief, if you can make it out. But this is what we need to do, is with what resources we have now.
Yep, I agree. Councilman Kraus.
Thank you, Chair. I know we're in a crisis situation here with what's going on, the violence that's been going on, and I guess something that's been out there on, social media, there's a concern about the Oglala Nation power that's coming up, as far as what type of measures are going to be taken as far as safety, that I think the people need to hear that. hear, to know what the plan is, and, you know, what to expect to ensure the safety of everyone that's going to be there. You know, especially our people and the outside hours. So, but I know the chief is there, and I know he has a report coming too, so maybe under his report, maybe that can be discussed. So, but before I move on, Chair, I mean, I know his report's coming up, but we still have a bias and a preliminary report too, the chief. So this is really an important discussion, but maybe a meeting with all programs, you know, maybe to bring that for the council soon, you know, to let us talk about this, you know, putting a plan together. Because this could be a whole day's discussion on what we need to do or what resources we can pull in, or, you know, because before it gets out of hand, we're already buried too many of our young people. And so, with that, Chair, before I end here, I just want to say thank you for what happened up here at Greasy Grass. You know, I think there's more positive than negative that happened up there. You know, because I heard it from, you know, my brother was there. He said he felt really good up there. You know, the energy, the spirits, and everything was there from our ancestors and so. So I think I just wanted to comment on that. You know, that everybody that went up there, you know, came back with something good. You know, good feeling is what I heard, you know, so I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Yeah, we wanted to talk a little bit about that too. I'm going to let the chief speak, and what also, we are meeting on the powwow committee. The chief, we haven't briefed him on and give his input, what his plans and how he's going to get involved. But we did have discussions with the last chief of police, the involvement on the security side, because that was one of the main things that I wanted to get across, is that we'll have to take this serious. You know, I don't want to be seeing security standing around, sitting around, because I was there also when that shooting happened, and I was right there, and I was looking for the response times and watching and observing while he was laying there, and it's just unbelievable on how the response times and things like that, and being boots on the ground there during that time. I was standing not even 15 feet away. So we are going to take measures to just based off of what happened that time that followed. So we are looking at those things, and security is priority. And escape routes and things like that for emergency management vehicles. Chief, did you want to respond to any questions?
Yeah, I got a briefly, I'll just explain about a couple things. The reason why the ATF and FBI are down here, we have over 500 guns in our safe back there throughout the years that have been collecting within the past 10 years. They just sit back there. So they came down, they offered to assist in testing these guns to see if they're involved in any other crimes across the United States. They can match up the bullets, the casings, to anything, any kind of murder anywhere in the United States. A lot of our guns come out of down south, Louisiana, Florida. They somehow they make their way up here when we get them. So they tested all those guns, and that's why they were here. That's the only reason why. Gun safety, that's a big thing. I plan on implementing within the department to go to the schools when they start back up and start with the kids. Start talking to the kids about gun safety. and we need to do that in communities. We were going to give Garth and start out there, teaching people how to take care of their guns, not letting these kids carry these guns. Basically, that's where it starts. We have a lot of, we have 25 patrol officers for the reservation. So HR issues, I just signed five cadets today to go to the academy here, coming up in August. We have some applicants, and we're just running roadblocks with HR. If we can get some user declaration to help get some of these certified people on, that would help us greatly. Because the guys I got hired on today are all certified. So just little things like that that can come about. I already sent out the request for the BIA assistance with the powwow. So I also sent a letter to Rosebud and Cheyenne River to see if they can, I just started planning that today. I also got a letter on my computer to Tino Lopez for assistance with the BIA with some manpower. So I got that sitting there waiting to go. The housing, I met with housing. I asked them to, last summer they had some security guards that came out and sat in the communities all night long. They weren't into that idea. They said they was a mess last year, they didn't want to do it again this year. But it helped us, I know that. And there's one thing I noticed about everything was just the communication. There's no communication between anybody. So we've just been, for the past, I don't know how many years we've just been winging it, you know. At night, I come from night shift onto the day shift here, learning this stuff, and we just wing it at night. You just answer the calls as they come in. You can have 2-3 shootings in one night. You can have 2-3 suicides in one night, car accidents. So you just respond to them and you come to work the next day. So that's what we're here for. But that's what we signed on for. So I just give you an update on that stuff. Oglala Nation, he's the president, his staff, and we'll get that situated. But I did start initiating the mutual aid agreements to all the other reservations. So.
All right, Councilman Steele.
No, I was telling the security to air,
Oh,
kind of cool.
okay. One thing I wanted to mention, and we'll just go back to the event we just had there. And it was a successful event. It was well planned. All the tribes stepped up. We all worked together. We all brought our programs together. And safety was the number one factor there throughout this whole planning. We had emergency services there. We would coordinate not only with our own security, but we had to coordinate with the Crow Nation, with their law enforcement. They came over, we coordinated that pretty good.
Yeah.
So, and we also reached out to IHS and those services there in case we had any problems or accidents. So just wanted to update that it was very successful. The youth that did attend the camp, there was 2 things going on. I know the horse riders were coming in all directions. We did try to keep up on some of the horse groups coming in, but our main focus was at the camp. And how we went after that event was, we just happened to reach out to or attend a meeting there because the Northern Cheyenne came to the Great Plains region, Great Plains Tribal Chairman's Association, and asked the Great Plains if they could get involved. Well, during that time, we also reaffirmed that alliance we had 150 years ago. So it started there, and then we attended they were telling us that there was no involvement. We didn't have a voice at the table at the Battle of Little Bighorn site. So I attended a meeting. Come to find out, I looked at the agenda for that day, and there was one little line item where, for the Sioux tribes, I wasn't happy with that, and it just asked some general questions, but I said, I just told him, I said, I can't answer these questions, I need to take it back to my people, because there's so many things that need to be involved in this. You know, we need we gotta get some answers from our traditional side too. So that's what I did, and once I started doing that, we started meeting with other tribes said we wanted to be involved, and one thing led to another, and as we went, it grew. And when it came time for action, tribes started coming together. Even we formed the same formation of 150 years ago as horseshoe formations for each tribe. Each tribe had a horseshoe formation, and they represented their tribe there, so they kind of grouped them that way. And a lot of the tribes were there that participated in the battle, and then some. We had Oglala Sioux coming from Canada, Oglala Sioux. So there was a lot of collaboration. We didn't have too many problems. I don't think we had any incidents, major incidents, other than someone falling and hurting himself. But I believe that was they're okay now. But overall, the youth took a huge advantage of that. You know, it was nice to see our youth riding around on horse out there, and then collaborating with other tribes. We had a lot of events going on. That I know that river there was jam-packed every day with swimmers. We had our tribal schools there hosting across the river. But all this main event all happened on the actual camp, 150, the actual campsite 150 years ago, which made it very powerful. A lot of people felt that. We did build a council lodge. We did have meetings, and we did a lot of ceremonies there. And we lit the fire from the beginning of camp to the time we left. The camp ended. I stayed till the end to make sure all our mess was cleaned up. Even our sanitation services that was provided, the camp was provided by, they went around every day to check trash, to make sure we didn't leave the place trashy. When I left the site, that place was super clean. Some of the campfires, a couple campfires and the pits were there. So all in all, it turned out great. With all the horse riders managed to come in together and ride in. And it was something to see if you were there. You know, I didn't hear too much bickering about who's better than who. We all worked together as tribes, and it was great to see our traditional leadership step up and do those ceremonies, which I didn't get involved in. My job was to make sure everything was run right, and it pretty much happened that way. So it was a success. Overall, it was a historical event, and I don't think we'll ever see that in our lifetimes again, unless someone wants to bring it up, carrying on next year. But that is a huge job, and it was very tiresome, but I want you to also know that I was still focused on issues here. Right when I got back Monday, we went straight to court and litigated to the hearing, and I did testify that Monday. Of course, I was pretty tired, but I managed to testify on behalf of the Oglala Sioux tribe, in which I think it was a win and success for us, because we were able to secure the maximum penalty for that hearing there. Steve, did you want to add some?
This is in reference to the Buffy Redfish tarot fraud scheme, and President Starr comes out, did testify. He did describe the impact of the crimes committed by Redfish and Ross on the tribe. He did ask the judge to impose the maximum sentence allowable under law. The judge did sentence Redfish to the maximum term of imprisonment under the federal sentencing guidelines, which take into account age, severity of the offense, whether it was violent, prior criminal record, and other factors. And under those guidelines, the maximum was 6.5 years. She was sentenced to 6.5 years. Following that time in prison, she will have to serve 3 years supervised release. She was ordered to pay $4.7 million to the tribe. The precise amount, $4,744,415.36. That amount is, she owes that entire amount. Ross also owes that entire amount. They are held jointly and severally liable for that, meaning if one of them pays nothing, the other has to pay it all. We don't collect it twice, but we will collect the whole amount, or as much of it as we can. The court did order that 4 pieces of real estate that she purchased with stolen funds be forfeited. I do have the addresses of those 4 properties. We're working with the Assistant U.S. Attorney to make sure that we get the maximum value for those properties. If they're sold at auction by the U.S. Marshals, we may not get as much as they're really worth. And so we're looking into the possibility of just a direct transfer of the properties to the tribe, and then we can either sell them or use them, sell them for fair market value or use them. She would be credited, obviously, if they're sold, she would be credited for the amount against her restitution. If they're just directly transferred to the tribe, we will have to determine what their value is to credit that against her restitution. Pat Ross, his sentencing date is August 24th. The TARO director was present at the hearing. Tribal Council Representative Dave Kelly was present at the hearing. Others were also present. Forgive me if I'm leaving anyone out by name, but I would encourage all of you to go on August 24th for the sentencing hearing for Mr. Ross. We will also submit another victim impact statement in his case. Recognize that we are not the prosecuting government. We are the victim. It is the United States that brought the prosecutions, got the convictions. They asked for 6.5 years, which was the highest end of the sentencing guidelines for Buffy. Yes. Ms. Redfish asked for a much more lenient sentence, and the court rejected her request for lenience and noted that her conduct was shocking, and that a message needed to be sent not just to her but to the entire community that the court and the federal justice system will not tolerate this kind of fraud against a tribal community. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilman, a little hot question.
Thank you, President. I think the question I had was on the restitution part of it. And now that you gave us an update and sound like you're going to be working with the U.S. Attorney's Office, we were saying, that we know that all of that should come back to the Oglala Sioux tribe. So my question is, how is that going to be monitored? Is our legal going to keep on top of that to make sure that anything that is, sold or anything that does come back will come back to the tribe? I think those are questions we had tribal council.
Yes.
You know, because like you said, we are the victim in this. And we know that, you know, that is quite a bit of money. I think that, I read the victim's impact statement that President Sarkozy read to the judge, and I really think that was really right. And, you know, the things that were put in there and the things they did, you know, was just not right, you know, for our people, the tribe, and the way that could have went if the money came back through the Taro process. So I guess that was one of my questions that I think some of us were saying, you know, the rest of the stuff, is it going to be auctioned? I mean, things like that we need to kind of keep on top of, you know, they make it a lesser value. That's why I'm glad that you brought that up about maybe getting access to the property. You know, if they can give it to the tribe, then I think that we can in turn, you know, work on the other part of the action of the property, selling it or whatever we need to do. So I just had those questions.
And we're already in touch with the assistant U.S. attorney who's responsible for restitution, and that's Carl Boonen. And we've already been discussing the possibility of a direct transfer of those 4 properties. I think the reality is that if assets are sold at a federal auction, they may not get the full market value at auction, and we would have to pay the cost of the auction. So to the extent possible, we would like to just recover the properties and either liquidate them ourselves or use them. I guess there's no harm in saying that all of the properties are in Rushville, Nebraska. And I do have the addresses in case anyone wants them. So yes, we are going to work with the U.S. Attorney's Office on that.
But would that include like vehicles, equipment, anything like that?
It should, yes, it should include any of those assets, especially that were acquired with stolen funds.
Councilman Clear.
Yeah, Mike, what question, and that's what I heard the rumor about that in Rushville. Since that time when they got them, I guess, who's paying the taxes? Is the tribe gonna be liable for the taxes? Because Nebraska has a tax deal. Who's gonna pay the taxes on that property? Is that gonna be the feds, or is that gonna be something that we have to put the bill on?
We're going to work through all of that. There may be sums of money that are owed on those property, for example, for taxes. Ordinarily, what would happen is that the property would be sold, those amounts, all of that would be taken care of, and we would get the rest. If what we want is the property directly, then we may have to deal with some of those issues, but all of that will be taken care of in due course.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Sears.
Yeah, my question, attorney, all the property and all that, showing how much was spent or purchased, the money used to purchase, does that equal to the amount of money that she took? Because would there be some cash somewhere that might be stashed or not used, you know? Are we able to identify that?
I think that is the task. So I'm not saying that those 4 properties in Rushville represent the 2.1 million that she got. We were, informed that she did receive 66 checks and that they totaled 2.1 million more or less. Some of that money may have been used on perishable assets that no longer exist, or they may have been used for services that have already been consumed. But to the extent, the government, the federal government can seize assets, can identify and seize assets that have value, that are durable. In addition to these 4 pieces of real property, we will work with them to identify those and to make sure that they're recovered. I don't want to speculate, but, I think it would be prudent to expect that the total of all of those assets would not equal the total of anything that she stole.
Councilor Kraus?
Mr. Chair, can I move on?
Yeah. Yeah, we need to move on here. We got people waiting.
Thank you for the update, Chair.
Yeah, let's no more, but,
I didn't think you ran my motion. That's this. Remember I made that motion about reaching out to be. You need a second? Julie seconded this.
Who did?
Julie.
We didn't run that yet?
Mm.
So the president wanted me to add 2 things. One, and they both relate to Buffy Redfish. The council, Buffy Redfish is a member of the Gila River Indian community. She's not a member of the Oglala Sioux tribe. The tribal council obviously has the power to set an exclusion and removal hearing for her. She will, of course, be incarcerated for the next several years, but there are obviously you may believe and you may determine that there are adequate grounds for her removal and exclusion from the reservation. If that's the case, then we can follow the process and set that for an exclusion hearing. That's one thing. The second thing is there is you're all familiar with the bad man clause under the treaty, and there is a provision under the bad man clause to seek restitution for injuries suffered. And so I think that we will also be pursuing, to the extent that the court-ordered restitution is not sufficient to cover the tribe's losses, we need to look at that provision in the treaty. So.
yeah. Also on that motion, Councilwoman spotted there. The motion maker.
Yeah, right.
Oh, Ryan. Councilman Jumping Eagle, it wouldn't be BIA, it's OJS. That's, if you want to change, if you're okay with that, okay?
Yes.
Roll call.
And just for the motion, just to recall. Motion by Ryan Jumping Eagle, seconded by Jillian Spotted Bear, to have the president send a letter to OJS to request more assistance for law enforcement. Richard Greenwald Sr.
Yes.
James Krause.
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.
Yes.
Jillian Spotted Bear.
Yes.
Lyle Weston.
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman.
Yes.
Jackie Sears. Donroy Gosper. Sonia Little Hawk Weston. Troy Little.
Yes.
Garfield Steele. David Kelly.
Yes.
George Dreamer Jr.
Yes.
Craig Dillon.
Yes.
Beef Randall.
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier.
Yes.
David Poyer.
Yeah. 15 yes, 2 not voting, motion carried. Councilman Greenwald?
Chair, motion to move forward with the banishment of Buffy Redfish for the theft from the Oglala Sioux tribe. And also ask our attorney to look and see if there's any per cap or any money coming out of her tribe for their membership. And if there is, seeing if we could seek some kind of a federal thing where she has to relinquish any, if she gets a per cap, that comes to part of her restitution. And that she never returns this land again, ever.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilman Greenwald. Second by Councilman Spotted Bear.
Mr. Greenwald, I was on the first part of it on the banishment. I think you can schedule that as early as the July regular. Would that be your?
Sounds good.
So what that's going to require is that we are going to send out a formal notice, and the grounds will be what we talked about and what's in the tribe effective impact statement.
Chair, real good, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do we, Steve, do we have to follow that process? There's times we banish people without following, without affording them that process, like that time we banished that teacher, and I think there's one other one, we just made a motion here, banished them, and they were banished. I think this could qualify under that.
There's really no harm at all in following the process because she is already remanded to the custody of the Federal Bureau of Corrections. There is no way she is coming here for the next several years. So you do have time to just do it the right way and get it over with.
Moving on.
Roll call.
Richard Greenwald Senior,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yeah.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Senior.
Yes.
Jillian Spotted Bear.
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Gunnar Gosper,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Troy Little,
Yes.
Garfield Steele, David Kelly,
Yes.
George Dreamer Jr.,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Beef Randall,
Yeah.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
David Poyer,
Yes.
Go.
17 unanimous, motion carried.
Jackie's back.
Okay, moving on, the Vice President.
Chief of Staff. She knows how to put money on it.
Motion to approve it.
Motion
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Councilman Standing Soldier, second by Councilwoman Spotted Bear.
Remember her saying that she had conflict
Roll call.
Richard Greenwald Senior,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Senior,
Yes.
Jillian Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
No.
Tyler Lunderman,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Gunnar Gosper,
Face this motion.
the motion is to approve the report of the Vice President.
Are we gonna hear from her? No.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Troy Little,
Yes.
Garfield Steele,
Yep.
David Kelly,
No.
George Dreamer Jr.,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Beef Randall,
Yeah.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
David Poyer,
Yes.
14 yes, no, motion carried. Okay, moving on to the fifth members report. I believe it was passed out. Motion by Councilman Dillon, second by Councilman Weston.
Are we gonna hear from her?
She is having medical appointment right now. Roll call.
Richard Greenwald Senior,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Senior,
Yes.
Jillian Spotted Bear, Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman,
We got how much time, did you pay attention?
Jackie Sears,
Uh-huh.
Donroy Gosper,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Troy Little,
Yes.
Garfield Still,
Yep.
David Kelly,
No.
George Streamer Jr.,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Beef Randall,
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
David Poyer,
Yes.
15 yes, 1 no, 1 not voting, motion carried. Moving on, next agenda, item, Chief of Police. Was just here.
Give us a reporter.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilman Dreamer.
Thank you, Chair. Did his, contract get approved? Chair, did his contract get approved?
Yeah.
All right, that's all I have.
Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Councilman Steele.
is this the chief of police issue, or the report?
Report.
Yeah, he said he wasn't aware that he gave reports to the council every month. So he said he was gonna run out and grab one, but I think, we could just allow that because he didn't know, he's brand new. But, what I wanna do, Mr. Chair, is I wanna make a motion to have a special council meeting in 2 weeks with law enforcement, BIA, the Attorney General's office, and housing, and it's a council meeting. And it'll give us time to have some meeting and get input from, communities to address all these issues. And maybe right before, we could do it right before Oglala Nation Fair. That way we know we have, safety plans and have a little bit more in-depth, discussion on these issues with gun violence. So that'd be my motion to set that up.
Or can you include IHS, just because that's always the issue with our prisoners being cleared up there?
Security, yep. So all those entities
Tribal courts.
that have something to do with the safety and well-being where people, the courts.
Corrections.
CPS.
Okay, motion by Councilman Steele, do I have a second? Second by Councilman Crawford.
And I'd like the meeting to be out the, if we could have it up to, Oyaki Texas building if we could.
Okay,
Second.
second by Councilman Crawford. Roll call.
Richard Greenwald Senior,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Senior,
Yes.
Jillian Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Donroy Gosper,
Yeah.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston. Troy Little.
Yes.
Garfield Still.
Yeah.
David Kelly.
Yes.
George Dreamer Jr.
Yes.
Craig Dillon.
Yes.
Keith Randall.
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier.
Yes.
David Poyer.
Yeah. Seventeen unanimous, motion carried.
I'll make a motion to table a chief's report till next month.
I have motion by Councilman Still, second by Councilman Greenwald. Roll call.
Richard Greenwald Sr.
Yes.
James Cross.
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.
Yes.
Julian Spotted Bear.
Yes.
Lyle Weston.
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman.
Yes.
Jackie Sears. Don Rickles Bear.
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston. Troy Little.
Yes.
Garfield Still.
Yep.
David Kelly.
Yes.
George Dreamer Jr.
Yes.
Craig Dillon.
Yes.
Beef Randall.
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier.
Yes.
David Poyer.
Yep. Unanimous, 17, motion carried.
Process.
Okay, so we're gonna jump right into our 2/3 items. At this time, I'm turning it over to the Finance Chair.
Thank you, President. This is an ordinance. Ordinance of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and Unincorporated Tribe. Ordinance of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, amending the Oglala Sioux Tribe Loan Program Policies and Procedures adopted by ordinance number 22-34 as amended for the OST Loan Program, Long-Term Loan Program, to remove the cap on the number of rewrites for employees. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe is a sovereign tribal nation that has entered into treaties as the supreme law of the land with the United States government pursuant to the U.S. Constitution, Article 6, and is a signatory to the Treaty of Fort Laramie of 1851, 1 Stat 749, September 17, 1851, and the Treaty of Fort Laramie of 1868, 15 Stat 635, April 29, 1868. And continues the nation-to-nation relationship with the federal government. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe, organized under Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. subsection 5123, by adopting a federally approved constitution and bylaws, and under Article 3 of the Tribal Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the tribe. And whereas Article 4, Sections 1F, 1K, 1M, and 1W empower the Tribal Council to manage the economic affairs of the tribe, protect and preserve the property of the tribe, adopting laws governing the conduct of persons on the Pioneer Indian Reservation, and adopt laws protecting and promoting the health and general welfare of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its membership. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe has created a revolving loan program to assist Oglala Sioux tribal officials, employees, tribal entity employees, Oglala Lakota College employees, and tribal contracted school employees, those employees who pay the 2% right to work fee, under ordinance number 22-34, and amend it pursuant to ordinance number 24-20, July 30th, 2024, to put a cap of 4 rewrites for long-term employees. And whereas on June 11th, 2026, the OST Finance Committee reviewed amending the policy on loans for employees and now recommends the approval of amendments to Part 5H to remove the cap on the number of rewrites for long-term employees in the Oglala Sioux Tribe Loan Program Policies and Procedures to provide greater flexibility given the current economic pressures Now therefore be it ordained that the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council does hereby amend the Oglala Sioux Tribe Program Policies and Procedures adopted by ordinance number 22-34 as amended by amending parts 5H, which shall read as follows, with strikeouts shown and additions in bold. Part 5H, permanent employees are eligible to apply for a rewrite as long as the total amount of the rewritten balance does not exceed the limit set for the long-term loans. All loans and payroll policies shall still apply, and be it further ordained that this ordinance shall take effect immediately and shall supersede, repeal, and replace all prior inconsistent laws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. Certification motion.
Motion by Councilman Spotted Bear, second by Councilman Wondering. Roll call?
Richard Greenwald Senior,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Ryan Champenico Senior,
Yes.
Jillian Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Governor Gosper,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Troy Little,
Yes.
Garfield Steele,
Yeah.
David Kelly,
No.
George Dreamer Jr., Craig Dillon, Steve Randall,
Okay.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
David Poyer,
Yes.
Fourteen yes, 1 no, 2 not voting. Motion carried. Councilman, was that it?
Oh, that is all we have. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along, this time I'll turn it over to EBE, Committee Chair.
Law and order.
On order.
Okay, thanks for the correction. Next agenda item, law and order committee chair, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe supporting the Oglala Sioux Department of Public Law Enforcement, arresting and charging parents/guardians with contributing to the delinquency of a minor and neglect when the minor commits a juvenile and/or criminal offense. Skipping down to the fourth whereas. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe law enforcement has been operating with a shortage of officers and an increase in crime, and whereas there are too many youth that are committing violent crimes ranging from vandalism and homicide and everything in between, including assault and gun violence, and whereas the youth are minors and are under the care and supervision of their parents/guardians, and whereas parental supervision and guidance is lacking in most of these cases due to the neglect of parental responsibility, and the parents should be accountable for their actions of the minor child, and whereas tribal law enforcement often charge parents with contributing to the delinquency of a minor and child neglect. And whereas the OST Law and Order Committee has reviewed this matter and deems it necessary to support law enforcement officers when charging parents/guardians when appropriate and recommends that the tribal council support this resolution. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Oglala Sioux Tribe does hereby support the Oglala Sioux Tribe Department of Public Safety Law Enforcement arresting and charging parents/guardians with contributing to the delinquency of a minor and child neglect when a minor commits a juvenile and/or criminal offense as appropriate. Certification. Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Weston, second by Councilman Spotted Bear. Roll call. Question, go ahead.
Yeah, I think, so, it's already, everything's in the criminal code, but what's the purpose? The officers aren't following it, or they need this resolution to enforce it, or what's the issue?
I do believe this one was brought up because it needed, what did they say? Reaffirmment.
Councilman Spotted Bear.
When we brought this up, the officers were not charging the parents with was contributing to a delinquency. However, I guess when they were stating that this ordinance or this resolution would support them without having to go through the court to do that. So I know we passed something like this earlier last year, but they needed the writing to be more specific.
Roll call.
Richard Greenholz Sr.,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yep.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.,
Yes.
Jillian Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Tyler Lindemann,
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Uh-huh.
Conrad Gosper,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Troy Little,
Yes.
Garfield Still,
Yep.
David Kelly,
Yes.
George Dreamer Jr.,
Yes.
Craig Allen,
Yes.
Steve Randall,
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
David Poyer.
Yeah.
Seventeen unanimous, motion carried.
That's all we have from law and order. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, moving on, next agenda item. At this time, we'll turn it over to the Land Committee Chair.
Thank you, Chair. We've been trying to get this land in trust for I don't know how many years, but I'd like to have Mr. Khan read the resolution.
Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe amending Resolution 23-119 to correct the legal description of land requested to be taken in trust on behalf of the tribe, skipping down. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council in Resolution number 23-119 requested that the United States acquire the grass property into trust for the benefit of the tribe for the purpose of economic development, and as authorized by the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934 and the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act of 1988, and whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council has become aware that Resolution 23-119 mistakenly included an inaccurate legal description of the grass property, and the Tribal Council needs to correct the legal description, now therefore be it resolved that the sixth whereas clause of Resolution 23-119 is hereby amended to read as follows. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe desires the United States to acquire into trust as for the benefit of the tribe the property purchased from Marvin L. Grass property described as Township 37 North, Range 37 West of the 6th Principal Meridian, Bennett County, South Dakota, Section 21, East half, northeast quarter, southwest quarter, northwest quarter, semicolon, east half, west half, northeast quarter, southwest quarter, northwest quarter, semicolon, east half, northwest quarter, semicolon, east half, west half, northwest quarter, comma, accepting therefrom lot H1 as shown on the plat filed in the Book of Plats, page 2, Book of Plats 2, comma, page 4, comma, and Be it further resolved that the remainder of Resolution 23-119 remains unchanged and the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council does hereby reaffirm its request that the United States acquire the grass property into trust for the benefit of the tribe.
Motion by Councilman Poirier, second by Councilman Greenwald, Councilman Dillon. Roll call.
Richard Greenwald Senior,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Senior,
Yes.
Jillian Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Don Marcos Bear,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Troy Little,
Yes.
Garfield Steele,
Yeah.
David Kelly,
Yes.
George Dreamer Jr.,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Beef Randall,
Yeah.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
David Poyer.
Yes.
Seventeen unanimous, motion carried.
For the for the council too, in the land committee, we authorized Ms. Jennifer Hughes to work with Mr. Dillon, Mr. Stanley Little White Man, and Cora, if there's any questions on any of this stuff, because it's over there in Great District, Urban Arnold District.
Thank you.
On the second resolution, I told you guys yesterday, I want to take that off. It hasn't been follow procedure, so we're taking that second one off. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, moving on to our next agenda item. We'll have IHS.
Thank you for the tribal council, tribal leadership, and listeners. This is Dr. Joe Bianco, CEO at Pine Ridge Service Unit. Just want to give kudos to the Pine Ridge Service Unit team for all the collaboration and hard work. We did just go through our Joint Commission Hospital Survey, June 16th through the 18th. And the survey went really well. We were waiting for that survey and preparing for it for the past, couple years, but just ongoing survey readiness, great teamwork. We're working on our corrective action plan, and we've had notably lower findings than previous surveys, and our patient-centered medical home review went well as a part of that survey as well. So we're just excited about that. And so the team did a great job. We also had in April, and I had given you updates about that, April 7th through 10th, the service unit went through the Joint Commission lab survey. We had our corrective action plan for that. And just recently in June, our corrective action plan was accepted and the lab was reaccredited for another 2 years. So that's a great achievement for the team as well. So, but as always, even when we go through these things, we have another 45 days to submit our corrective action plan. But we're always working to continue to improve our safety, quality of care, and customer service, and to continue to make improvements. Some of our accomplishments and collaboration. On May 30th, we had a great women's health outreach event in Pine Ridge in the Women's Health Clinic. We also collaborated with the Honor the Women program, and that was a great collaboration between all of the different programs. The focus was on cancer prevention, doing pap smears, different types of cancer screenings, and also mammograms. additional preventive health education and immunizations as well. So that was a great event, and the team is working on duplicating those outreach events. They're gonna do another event like that on July 15th at the Kyle House Center. And we're really excited about working with the Honor the Women program because they are able to offer incentives for the cancer prevention screening. So we'll be getting a flyer out shortly about that event at Kyle. And then the team will be planning another event at Wombly in the near future. And additional ideas that the team is talking about is also to work on men's cancer prevention outreach events as well. So we don't want men to think that we're not thinking about your health also. Additional success, May 5th through 6th, we were honored to host the DSTAC Committee, Direct Service Tribes Advisory Committee, and members of the IHS headquarter team. They came and did a tour at our service unit, and they gave us some really great positive feedback. They were really interested in the Kyle Health Center 4 Directions Clinic and some of our great practices there, and also our ongoing collaboration with pediatrics and the Boston Children's Hospital. So they gave kudos to our team nationally across IHS for those best practices. And then we're continuing to recognize our staff. We had May 6th through 12th Nurses Week, and we continue to look at the different weeks like EMS Week, Lab Week, HIM Week, and recognize our staff for those different types of programs. We're also collaborating with the South Dakota Department of Health. That will be one of the programs that we're collaborating with on the Women's Health Outreach on July 15th. A couple other reminders. I know that there's been some concerns about opioid abuse in the community, and just wanted to remind everyone that at the Pine Ridge Service Unit, we do have Narcan available. It's naloxone. It's available over the counter at the pharmacies, and we'll be getting a PSA out to the community about that. That's a medication that's available over the counter, and it can help save lives. If somebody is undergoing an overdose, if you think that somebody is falling asleep or they're just not responding, their lips are turning blue, they're stopping breathing, this is an injectable medication that anybody can give that medication, and it can help save them if they're undergoing an opioid overdose. So the PSA that will be coming out will be including information about naloxone, Narcan, and also if there's groups that are asking for training about naloxone, also known as Narcan, our team with pharmacy is available to offer that training. And they have been providing some trainings, for example, with police, corrections, and other groups when requested.
I have a question. So I seen on the internet somewhere, there's this new drug. It's like a horse tranquilizer. They say it's like 100 times worse than fentanyl. Is that something that the Narcan can be used for?
I think that's referred to as Tranq.
Yeah.
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 I don't think it works the same way as fentanyl, and that, but sometimes it's combined with fentanyl from what I'm hearing. So it's always a safer bet that if somebody thinks that somebody's having an overdose, as I described, that they, if they have Narcan available, that they use that, and of course call 911.
So is it easy to obtain the Narcan?
So Narcan is over the counter,
Okay.
to go to the pharmacy, they just need a name and date of birth, and they can get one Narcan per pharmacy visit.
Okay, so if it's something like we just wanted to have on hand, and just in case you run into someone overdosing, okay,
Yep, and they can, get one per visit.
okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Spotted.
Thank you. On that topic, I was made aware of a purple fentanyl that supposedly Narcan does not affect. Are you getting any reports of that? That purple fentanyl is being introduced now and it's similar to meth.
So there are different forms, I haven't specifically heard of purple fentanyl, quote unquote, but there are different versions of synthetic opioids that, react differently. Of course, there's lots of different names, just like the, the tranq, and that's been around for a while. But again, we're not gonna know exactly what people, are taking when they, when you're in the community or when they show up to the ED. It's basically that we're trying to help people with supportive symptoms. If they're, stopping breathing, or if they're just out of control, the main thing that we're doing is trying to keep them alive and support their symptoms and get them through it until we can help get them where they need to be.
Thank you, Dr. Zuckerman.
Also wanted to, so we'll, continue to bring forward more information about that. We are continuing to meet with the Oglala Lakota Division of Behavioral Health and ongoing collaboration and in support of the detox and behavioral health program through the tribe and how we can collaborate and continue to expand services. And our priorities with our behavioral health program, although we are short-staffed, are to continue to prioritize our HR positions, to initiate additional collaborations regarding behavioral health. We know that's a priority with the significant needs in the community. And then continue to collaborate with tribal corrections, JDC, and also with the schools. And as we gain more staff to expand those outreach services as well. And then we know that the chief of police and the chief of staff are new, but we are reaching out to set up ongoing meetings as, that's helped to improve communications, just as we have ongoing meetings with corrections as well on a monthly, sometimes more frequent basis.
Councilwoman, Little Hawk question.
Thank you, President. Good afternoon, Dr. Zuckerman. I was just going through your report, and one of the questions I had, which I've been kind of receiving calls from my district members, maybe ones that have heart issues, and they're saying we don't have cardiologists anymore up there. So I would need to ask you what's going on with that. I mean, do we have a contract with someone, or what's going on? Some said that they used to come down to the IHS and they would come down to their appointments. But now we don't have any, so what's going to happen? Do we have to travel off reservation to go to one? We need to know what's happening with the cardiologist. That's one of the questions I have for you.
Yes, our cardiology contract, so as we go through our acquisitions, realignment, we have to put our contract out for bid. And so as we, revise our contracts, at some point they have to go out to bid and vendors have to bid on them. They have to be competitive, and through the federal acquisitions process, the priorities are small business and those sorts of processes have to be followed.
I guess what's the time frame on that? I mean, I see it in your report, but what's the time frame on it when you put it out like that? And I think, while you're doing that, where are the patients going to? How are they being referred out? What's going on with that part?
Yes. When you talk about acquisitions, that is one of the challenges that we're going through at the service unit, is that, we did go through a transition with our acquisitions team, our procurement staff transitioned to area office, and then the whole area acquisitions team is short-staffed as well. So that process is just overall a challenge within IHS. And so, I don't have a set timeline on when a contract will finalize that process. We continue to ask about it, and ask for updates. So in the meantime, when we do have patients who have cardiology needs, we are referring them to, mostly Monument Health would be the main patient, but if a patient, had a different place they wanted to go, we would refer them as well.
Yeah, okay, I just had to ask that because I told him I would ask you that when we met with you. The other thing is, I got calls on the ambulance program, but I do know that the transportation, the van that takes tribal members outside to their appointments, like in Rapid City or Sioux Falls, that's under health ambulance seal, right? And I got calls that there was our tribal members in line are waiting to depart to their appointments in Rapid City, and come to find out there was no driver. And so they had to all reschedule their appointments. So I know I got calls on that, they weren't too happy with it. I think that's something that maybe, you probably got calls on that too, did you? I mean, some that didn't make it to their appointments in Rapid City. This was probably about a couple weeks ago. And so I guess I'm just saying this out loud because I want the HHS committee to kind of maybe look into that. I think our chair is sitting down there, Ryan. But I think those are some concerns that I received calls on. And then the other thing is, I'm just looking at your report and we don't have an ear, nose, and throat doctor up there or someone in that department anymore, do we? And that's a tribal program, Titus Media. So we don't have anybody in there, it's new. So IHS is picking that up.
Correct, there hasn't been an ENT provider there for several years for that program, and so there's an audiologist in that department who comes, I think, weekly, who provides audiology services through the tribal program, but the ENT services get referred out through PRC, or if they have other resources.
Yeah, because we have the Otitis Media department where our tribal members go and make appointments for eyes, their problems with their ears, and you have in your report that we don't have that anymore. So
there's the programs there, but it's mainly audiology, and then there's staff there, but there's not a ear, nose, and throat doctor in that program. There's an audiologist.
Who's responsible for that? Who's responsible for that? Is that the
So that's part of the master health contract and would be under, I believe, tribal health.
Yeah, okay, well, I guess that would be under the something. Yeah, so I was just kind of looking at that. But I just want to thank you for, getting back to me when I've been getting a hold of you on certain issues from our tribal members that have some, concerns with the ER doctors and how they were getting treated up there and not being seen, or I guess not being heard. This is kind of what they're telling me. So I'm glad you got on those and you were able to address those issues with IHS. So I just wanted to bring that up. But thank you. Thank you.
Sarah, Range Cross has a question.
Yeah, Kyle Dental, when are we gonna get a dentist up there?
So we do have a dentist, as Dr. Gunnell, but given how short-staffed dental is, Dr. Gunnell is also assisting at other parts of the service unit as well. One of the positives is we do expect a Longley Health Center dentist in July, so that will help with the whole service unit. But it is a challenge. And with HR, we haven't recently received any new applicants right now. But we continue to work to recruit dentists, dental assistants, dental hygienists.
Thank you, Chair. With that, I'll make a motion to approve her report.
Okay, motion by Councilman Cross, second by Councilman Dillon.
I got a question.
Oh, you got a question? Go ahead.
Is Dr. Kwong leaving Wombley, the optometrist, or do you know?
Yes, I think he's pretty much let everybody in the service unit know, so I think I can feel comfortable saying this on air, but Dr. Kwong is our optometrist and he's getting ready to retire, so we are getting ready to celebrate him, and we're happy for him and his next step in life, but we're sad for a service unit in our community. But we are preparing for his retirement after, I believe, 40 years.
He is an asset.
Yes, excellent service to the community. And not to diminish that, we have selected, which I believe Dr. Kwong might have helped recruit, another optometrist that we've selected as well, so that's in the works.
All right, sounds good, thank you.
Yeah.
Was that a second? Or, yeah, okay. Roll call.
Richard Greenwald Senior,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yep.
Ryan Jumping Senior,
Yes.
Jillian Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman,
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Hold on.
Donna Gosper,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Troy Little,
Yes.
Garfield Still, David Kelly,
Yes.
George Dreamer Jr.,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Reed Frandl, Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
David Poyer,
Yeah.
15 yes, 2 not voting, motion carried. Okay. Okay, moving on. OHC. Yes.
So, gentlemen wanted to report to the council, probably their regular report, but also, but it's in the past, I don't know how long, gentlemen, 4 months or so, maybe, we've been working with, Oyate Health and IHS and our attorneys, Major on the space up there. Oyate Health, and recently it was reported that at a meeting a couple weeks ago that IHS stated that they were not going to make a decision, that is up to the tribe. If we wanted to keep that space, we're not using or allow OHC to utilize that and expand services. And it came back to the committee, and I think the committee, I don't know if we took action, maybe some of the committee members can, because I don't remember, but I know at the committee level that it was understood that we don't want to give up no space. Is that right, Jackie? That's what it was, right? But I don't think we took action. We didn't take no action on that. So Geraldine, I know she has some questions or some concerns for the committee that she'd like to address, council, along with her report, I think.
Thank you. Good to see you all. So I'm gonna go over my regular report with you all for Oyate Health Center and hopefully get some good news. Sitting here this afternoon with you has been very eye-opening. I know that the tribe has dealt with a lot of challenges recently, Rose Month as well, and so hopefully some of the work that we've been doing at Oglala Health Center will be some good news for you all. I'm not going to go through this report. This one's pretty thick. It's for you to read at your leisure, but I do want to just share some key highlights of our activities in the last quarter, last reporting period. There's about 8 takeaways that I think are important to share with you all. Mostly relative demand remains very high for primary care, urgent care, specialty, dental, pharmacy, lab, imaging, and rehabilitative services. Our population continues to grow. We're now up to 25,000 users. Many of those users are from not just the Rapid City area, but also from here in Rosebud and Cheyenne River and across the Great Plains. People are coming to get services at Oglala Health Center. We also successfully completed our AAHC accreditation survey last month. That was a huge undertaking, and we're really, I'm very proud of our team. The surveyors praised staff, they praised the teamwork, the commitment to quality, the breadth of services that we offer, and the community-centered care. So what they do is they measure the performance of the health center based on 865 standards. And of those 865 standards, there were only 3 minor documentation findings. Of particular note, they look at clinical and they also look at administrative functions. And on the administrative side, we had 0 findings. And the surveyor who was a part of that review looked very, very hard. We wasn't expecting that. It's nerve-wracking to go through that process. But he noted that in his 30-year career that he couldn't remember the last time he'd given health organization a perfect score. So we're really proud of our team. And that accreditation is granted through May 29th. Dental services has really expanded. We also launched a surgery suite. This is particularly for pediatric surgery, and we're in the process of ongoing development for in-house dental laboratory. We currently have 9 dentists and 25 chairs. As you guys know, we do relative experience surveys monthly. We do that so that we keep a finger on the pulse of what's working well, what needs attention and better service. And we collected nearly 4,000 relative responses just in May alone. And we continuously are rated in the 90th percentile for community, for relative experience in customer service. Formal grievances remain minimal, and we've noted particularly improvements in appointment routing, integrated care training, customer service processes. Workforce vacancy rates continue to be relatively low, and I think it helps that we're in Rapid City. We have invested a great deal in this last quarter also in leadership training and workforce development efforts, including tribal management professional certification training for all of our managers. We have nearly 100 managers across the Great Plains Tribal Leaders Health Board enterprise. And so we try to provide our managers with as much support and training as possible to continue to grow our workforce and leadership. Financial and revenue performance still remains very strong. We just completed our annual audit, financial audit, again with 0 findings. I think this is probably going on 14 years of squeaky clean audits for the health code. Our third-party revenue collections exceeded 35 million so far, so we are on pace to meet our annual financial targets and continue to look at how we can improve billing and provider enrollment and revenue cycle improvements. Major infrastructure and facility planning efforts are still on the way. We've had a number of improvement projects that were completed or advanced, again, including dental infrastructure upgrades, biomedical equipment investments, and backup power planning. We are still in pretty consistent planning efforts for specialty services. However, as the report notes, Indian Health Services has not yet approved proposed expansion plans, partially because we're still in negotiations over space allocation and the use agreement for Oriente Health Center and the OST programs. But I'm hopeful that we can get through this. So in our community health programs, Rich mentioned, are delivering at a high volume. They consistently exceed their performance goals. They reach thousands of community members through education, through screenings, and prevention services, and culturally grounded wellness activities. And those programs are embedded, were embedded within our behavioral health program, and that's something I'm going to talk to the council about. Ryan is correct. We have, there's 2 things that I wanted to bring to the council's attention to hopefully just bring awareness and better dialogue. When I went on vacation recently, and before I left for vacation, I thought we were at a really good place in those negotiations with Indian Health Service and reps from the 3 tribes and the OST's attorney and Great Plains Tribal Members Health Board attorney, in coming to an agreement on how we could optimize unutilized space within the building to expand particularly dialysis services and cancer infusion services. We also have space that we want to renovate and space that we, in an area that we currently have, but before we can move on with those services, this space issue needs to be resolved. And when I returned, I called Ryan right away because I was really stunned to hear from Indian Health Service headquarters that that it was their understanding that the Oglala Sioux tribe did not want to authorize use of unused space. This is not space that would be taken from any of the programs, but about 8,000 square feet that are just not being utilized to capacity. In addition to that, we were told that our behavioral health staff had to move out of the space that the tribe initially authorized OHC to use to provide behavioral health services. So that's really, really concerning. We have a therapist that works with our youth in that area, and they collaborate and are integrated into behavioral health services right now.
Go ahead. Marilyn, on that portion where you're talking about expanding for dialysis, how many Oglalas do we have that are in the situation where they're needing dialysis? I think the last time you told me it was around 180 Oglalas.
Yeah, so just Oglalas, we have I don't have it written down, but there's of the folks that we do have referred out for dialysis, 60% of them are OST.
I think in that last report that you sent down, it was like 100 160, or 180 Oglalas that you did to
I think,
dialysis services?
I think that was the total, Rich, and then of that, 60% are Oglala. And then of the relatives that were referring out for infusion services, including cancer. And mind you, the cancer infusion services cost thousands of dollars. And when we refer out these relatives for these specialty care services and dialysis, these are high ticket items. And what happens is that, we can provide these services at Oyate. We, on the list of the specialty services that we want to be able to move forward is cardiology. We have a cardiologist lined up. I heard a question about ENT. We have an ENT provider lined up, gastroenterology, rheumatology, neurology, and dermatology. So we have those providers lined up and waiting to provide services, and we can coordinate with staff and OST's tribal health program, Shine Rivers and Rosebud. So it's really, and it's no cost to OST to allow us to use that space. In fact, the portion of the facilities that OST currently pays for, and that's another conversation I want to have, but it's close to 7.9, close to 8%. By allowing Oyate to set up dialysis, infusion, that would go down to like 4%, so it would cost less. The other thing to take into consideration is whatever renovations that needed to be made, Oyate has the funding to be able to make those renovations. One of the things that I heard back was that was some of the Rapid City programs wanted to expand services. That's why the reason that is given for not allowing these services to go forward. But I just made it clear that if that was the case, that OST would be responsible for those renovations. And those are several $100,000 renovations that have to take place. So I want the tribe to be aware of what would be, it would entail.
So let's step back and let's go back to the dialysis thing. I know, like a lot of our tribal members, this dialysis center here is packed all the time. And the one out to Sharps is packed all the time. They even talked about trying to open up another one because trying to meet those services for everybody. We have people that are going to Rapid City because they can't, sometimes they're too booked up here, so they just go to Rapid City and get it done. What would your vision be for space there? What would you provide? I mean, for like infusions and diabetes stuff, or diabetics, what was your vision for it?
We anticipate that we could put in 34 chairs.
Wow.
That could be used alternately for the dialysis and infusion services. And the vision has always been that if Oyate can provide these specialty services, then we would collaborate, especially with the 3 tribes, who's authorized us to run Oyate Health Center on behalf of the tribes, to have folks be able to come to Rapid City to receive those specialty care services. We have elders that are going all the way to Hot Springs right now. The other thing that happens, and you all know this happens here. Whenever we have to refer out people, there's PRC costs associated, but almost always, even if we authorize those referrals, our relatives get billed. It happens all the time. We get calls all the time from people saying, "Did you not pay our bill? I got a bill." And we did. We sent out a referral. We sent out notices to the providers saying, This is an authorized referral. Please do not bill our relatives. If we say we're going to pay that, they shouldn't be billed. But that happens all the time. So there's just a real missed opportunity if we don't try to maximize that space to the best of our ability.
So
for
in the
the
5
service
years,
of-
Carolyn, or I think it's been 5 or maybe even more, it seems like the numbers I saw from before, it seems to be continually rising for numbers of Oglalas that have moved to Rapid City or whatever. But it was around, it used to be around like 11 to 13,000. Are you still seeing that number rise?
We have 25,000 right
So,
now.
man, I mean, that's a lot.
And it continues to grow because we have the services.
So that's my concern. I mean, I know there's OST and then there's you guys. And we still gotta recognize that you are part of us. And I couldn't imagine that many tribal members and then not being able to provide those services like the diabetic services and also the cancer stuff like that, because you guys seem like you're growing fast too. I mean, that's like you're being overrun by the population that keeps growing. And it probably isn't gonna be the end of it as Rapid City grows, you know? So I was just interested in that because I know I went to the last meeting and I've seen a lot of good things going on. And I hope at some stage, as a council, we could see that these are our tribal members, and if we just leave that space unoccupied and we don't expand services like the dialysis and the cancer patient stuff like that, I mean, how are we better than, we complain about IHS, how are we better than that if we're going to continue to not work together on making that happen? So, but thank you for the answers.
Question?
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
You know, I just want to thank Geraldine for coming today and giving us a report on how the Oyate, the Oyate Hospital Clinic is doing. You know, I really think that, we can look at her report and look at how much specialized doctors that they're bringing in to help our tribal members, all of the tribal members of the different tribes. And I do want to say that when even our own people don't go to IHS, they go to Oyate Health. But one of the things that was brought to my attention was on the medical side, if you're from the reservation, that you don't, you have to come back to IHS and get a referral before you can go up there. So I guess that was one question that was brought to my attention, because I have some district members that do go to Oyate Health, and they utilize Oyate Health and they go to IHS, some for different specialty, appointments. And so I do want to share that, and I'm glad that, I don't know how, I think what the tribal member said was there should be some type of agreement between, I don't know if it's IHS and Oyate Health, but to work something out so our people maybe can utilize it on the medical side. So that's something that I just wanted to share. But I do want to say that, we really should come to a point and figure out the use of the space, because we do really need dialysis. And we do need that because we have people that either go to Sharp's Corner or they go to IHS up here beside IHS. A lot of them sometimes can't get in those dialysis, and so they would have to go all the way either to Rapid City to get their dialysis. So I really hope that, maybe that somewhere down the road that, HHS could come together and to work out this, use of that space. I really think that we need to try to look out for the best interests of our tribal members, all of them. you know, whatever tribe they're in, there's people out there that have medical needs. And if we can benefit from that, you know, I think it would really help. But, you know, I haven't been in touch with the Oyata Health, you know, things going on up there. And so it was good to read your report and see that even on the third-party billing, you know, you guys are really bringing in the revenue, and that goes back into the Oyata Health to, you know, do a lot of things. It gives you that flexibility to do those things. And so I just wanted to say that today, that, you know, we're always gonna have some concern about certain things, but I think sometimes we gotta put those aside and focus on the healthcare of our people, our Oyate. You know, that's kind of what I always look at, is focusing on the healthcare of our people, our Oyate. And I'll said to IHS too the same thing, you know, we can do better. We can do better. We can, you know, bring good quality healthcare to our people. So I just wanted to share that with you. But I do hope that the negotiation, working together to help with this space that can help everybody. I hope that we can keep that on the table and may go into the next administration, but, you know, keep it on the table and work something through. Because I really would like to see that. It's a good vision, and I think our people need it. So I just wanted to share that.
Also, if I may comment off Sonia's, you know, what I'd like to see is that PRC not only, I'd like to see it expand maybe statewide and not just in Pennington County area. But I know that we probably have to reach out to the state to get that authorized. I wonder if we could work on something to do that.
So there is in the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act, there was a provision to make North Dakota and South Dakota one CHISTA. So what that would mean is wherever, right now they call it because the contract health became purchasing for care. And so Indian Health Service did, Joe had been working on a feasibility study. We had asked them to do that for many, many years as part of the budget compensation. And what they determined is that they can't afford to do that. They have to increase funding because the funding that Oyate gets is for the population in Pennington County. What we do though is we work really closely with the service units at Cheyenne River, Rosebud, and Pine Ridge. We do, like, if our provider sees that one of our relatives that live down here needs a higher level of care, they're really good about calling down here and advocating that they cover that PRC. We just don't have the funds to cover it because it's down here, right? So better coordination, we need to also advocate for more funding. Another thing I wanted to say is that it's actually been, Ryan, we're going on a year now negotiating, and here's one of the challenges that we're having. So in the fall of last year, the council took action to stop authorizing payment to Oyate for facilities services. And that was done at the, because there was an assumption that we were sitting somehow on millions of dollars that were supposed to be for OST programs that wasn't being expended. And so the request, and my understanding is part of that resolution was until we did that reconciliation. So we did that reconciliation, we reconciled for the all the past 3 years that we moved into the new building. And there was only a difference of $40,000, which we just set aside for facilities. You know, Em and I, you always have a little pot for if something breaks down that you're not planning for. But what's happened is that part of the stall in this negotiation on the space issue is that we have not been paid or reimbursed for the OST portion of the facilities costs. And now that's upwards of $200,000, and it's only on 9 months. So we're still providing those services though, because it's what we're providing to those programs is not only repairs and improvements, but it's utilities, security, waste removal, the IT, the network connectivity, the phone services, the EHR and RPMS support, clinical reporting support, pharmaceutical supplies for Native Women's Health Clinic, Pyxis dispensing, pharmacy oversight, and lab supplies, and other environmental support services. We still provided those services because if we didn't, even though we haven't gotten paid, if we didn't, it's the relatives that would be harmed. And so it's really important that I don't think we really need to get this resolved like within the next, if we could, Ryan, and I really appreciate you extending the opportunity for us to present in detail, a more detailed proposal and more detailed figures at that next HHS meeting. And I'm hoping that the outcome at that meeting is that we land on an agreement on shared space and that the tribe moves forward the authorization to release those funds so that we can get paid for those services that we've been providing for 9 months and haven't been reimbursed for. And what that would mean is that we could start immediately getting these specialty care services going and make the improvements and renovations on that space that's needed. We're ready to do it. We have the plans in place, we have the money in place, and we have the providers in place that are waiting in the wings to come in with these services.
Councilman Yali.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. You know, when it comes to this issue, man, I'm pretty naive. I'll admit I really don't understand. But you know, just sitting through a lot of the HHS meetings that we've held, you know, it's first of the month in Rapid City, I kind of get the feeling that it's always for the benefit of OHC whenever we get a report. And I keep getting the bad feeling, you know, and I've spoken with Native Women's Health Care up there, and it seems like it's a continuous battle for them to try to get little access to something that I understand we own. You know, I think, you know, I'm always going to be for our tribal programs first,
We are
and it should be that way. But I always get the feeling that we are pushing a little bit further and further and further, and pretty soon the whole entire building is going to be took over by OHC, which I can agree with. My other thought was just listening to you, and you said you had 100 directors across the state employed? Managers, directors.
We have.
So I'm assuming they're getting pretty high salary.
We have.
And I guess my question would be, you know, if you're gonna do that and it's already eligible and the chairman brought it up, why can't we expand some of them services back down here onto the reservation? Because we got a major need for another dialysis center down here. And every person that goes to Rapid City comes to this tribe and request funding for assistance to get to that appointment. And it's costing the tribe, and it's costing our districts more money, which we don't have. And the people overall in general are having to foot the bill on this, which is essentially us. So I just can't understand why then services just can't be expanded down here also.
So there's strategies that could be used to better collaborate and better evolve care coordination. And I've talked with Lisa about some of those strategies. So it's possible. But it requires being able to sit down and talk about how that can happen. There's a number of programs that I would like to see eventually, the Oyate model of care that is successful because of it's integrated, because of the management, because of our commitment to quality improvement, that can be emulated here. And I've said that many, many times to our MILWAC members, to HHS. What we do at Oglala can easily be replicated here. And the funding that's available for outpatient care, the tribe could contract that and do the same thing. Use our model, use our blueprint, use our toolkit. That was part of the original plan, was always to provide that technical assistance to the tribes to be able to do the same thing. So I share that vision and want that for our relatives here and our relatives at Cheyenne River and at Rosebud. And we can do that. And we can help with that. But there has to be a commitment to talking that through and what that would look like and how we can make that work.
It's also my understanding, we've looked at the building layout and the site plan and everything, and there are some areas that are actually should fall within our tribal realm as a tribal program, and I feel bad for the lady, the day-to-day women's health, Waisha, because she's put up a fight. And she comes to us all the time. And I'm always going to be about working for our tribal programs first. But I also get to see your financial documents. I don't get to see everything because it's not all brought to us. And in the quarterly report, we don't have it here.
Yeah, it's provided in detail at the MILWAC meetings. So
see, I don't attend the MILWAC meetings either, and I don't even know do we have a representative?
We have two representatives.
Who are they?
They're Hannah Halverson and Rich Greenwald.
Okay, yeah, I haven't seen any of them documents.
And Troy is
Send them out monthly.
and we send them out,
Every month.
yeah.
So, but I also see you guys making a hell of a profit up there.
It's not a profit, it's
And it looks like it to me.
that
It's
is-
revenue coming
It
in.
is, and it goes back to the program. That's why we have 9 dentists. That's why we expanded surgery services for
Well, that's another issue,
pediatric.
because Mr. Cross here earlier asked if we could get a dentist from the Indian Health Service. If you got money available, why can't you help us?
Let's sit down and talk about how that could work. We
I'm
can
just saying.
only use the
Thank you.
funding for those programs in Rapid City for Rapid City. That's statute. The third-party billing, I hear that all the time too. That is not free money. There are laws about how that money can be used. We can get creative with care coordination, but that funding has to go into the programs. That's why we have sweeping audits, because we follow the rules, the regs, and the laws about how that program should be run and how it is run. But we can find creative ways to be able to coordinate between Lisa, I work very well with Lisa. I have tremendous respect for her. We've tried to work with Leisha. Many times over, we've tried to find ways to better work together, but it's very tiring because it has not been productive and it hasn't been positive.
Still have a lot of
It hasn't
people
been
down
forward-thinking.
That's what I'm saying, that's a lot better care of.
Go ahead, Councilman Stanley, so.
Very, very quickly,
Yes,
because
thank you.
I know this is, but in your words, you said, I just gave you an answer already, and you're still negotiating. So them two things, you know, there. And I did read your letter, by the way. I did read this. And it says, approve the use of available space for dialysis and infusion services. OHC does not need OSD approval for this.
No, we don't need approval for the specialty area that.
We were talking about the space.
We do need approval for the space for dialysis and infusion. So there's a space
So-
that's,
You should get the space before you get the clinic, correct?
right, we have to have the space before we can provide those dialysis and infusion.
And would that come with the negotiations of the space?
Pardon me?
Would that come after the negotiations of the
Yes.
space?
And that
Okay.
is with,
Thank you.
that is with OST. So what we were told by IHS is that OST was not willing to authorize the use of the unused space for dialysis and infusion. And in addition to that, space that we have been authorized to use by OST, we're being told that we have to move out. So we have displaced behavioral health programs now because it was previously authorized by OST, and then we were notified by Indian Health Service that that changed, which is why I reached out to Ryan to say, what the heck's going on?
And that's all in negotiations.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Councilwoman Sears, Councilman Jumping Eagle, and Councilman Lunder.
Yeah, I think there's more parties that need to be here because we're hearing one side today, and we also have our committee attorney that's been working with this, and we need to maybe address that in HHS, Ryan.
Yeah.
Because I think that we shouldn't bypass our committee. We've been working on this, and I don't know, he was on vacation, and we did discuss a lot of things, and we did get advice from the attorney that there's still issues that we have to look at too. You know, for our tribal program, because I know that Native Women's is expanding, they're growing, and they're too wanting to keep that space so they can expand into it. So there's a lot of issues we've got to talk about. And I think Tuesday, whoever is available, if you're not on HHS, come sit in and let's, get it resolved, maybe. Get it taken care of and what we're gonna do. So, if you can be there too, right?
Yes, I will be there. And in terms of expansion, this space is space where the CHR area is, and there's 6 employees right now. It's space that's not being utilized. And so this doesn't infringe upon space for Native Women's Health. And so I look forward to those conversations because there's information that I think that the council and HHS needs to have clear understanding on in terms of services that could be provided that are not being provided and services that are currently being provided. So anyway, we can, and I'm not trying to bypass, but it's very concerning to me that we have behavioral health staff that now have been displaced, that have been providing services to the youth in our Rapid City community. And it's very, and I believe that if the council had full understanding of what they're saying no to, if that is genuinely the case, the impact that that is going to have on people that are on dialysis and who need critical specialty services, not only in Rapid City, but we heard it today from Sarah of what's not available on our reservations.
Councilman Joe.
Thank you, Chair, and we weren't trying to bypass committee, and I told Geraldine when she called, she said she heard what HHS was, what the kind of the stance that they were taking, that committee was taking, that we didn't want to give up no space. I recommended her to come here to full council because, you know, there's some that don't sit on HHS that need to hear this, but I think, you know, and that's why I asked earlier, I don't remember if HHS took that action, but I mean, that was the consensus that day, is that HHS didn't want to give up no space, they wanted to keep it for the tribe, and in hopes that Native women and CHR or whatever have room to expand also, so we weren't trying to bypass committee and nothing like that.
Councilman London.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Geraldine. Thank you for making time to come here today. Just want to thank OHC and, you know, your guys' services that you provide, you know, for the people, but also want to acknowledge our tribal programs that are out there in Rapid City that provide services for the people. And I do believe that there is always room for expansion, and whether it's OHC or the tribe, but I think that the way it states is that, you know, the allocated space that is allocated to the Oglala Sioux tribe is allocated to the Oglala Sioux tribe. And so I think that, you know, with that being said, you know, if there was, you know, action where, you know, IHS, you know, said they ain't giving up that space, you know, then I believe that even though it's unused space, you know, I believe that that still belongs to the Oglala Sioux tribe. So I would just, you know, Chair, I'd like to make a motion to reaffirm that any allocated space to the Oglala Sioux tribe remains to the Oglala Sioux tribe, whether it's in use or unused at this time, because it can be used for development at a later date. So if I get a second, I get a second.
No one's disputing that it's Oglala space, that's why I'm here. Those services are for Oglala's tribal members as well. 60% of those services that if the tribe took the position, no, we don't want to utilize that space for dialysis, that's Oglala Sioux tribal members. No one's disputing who has authority over the space. I'm asking that the tribal council and HHS do the right thing for the people that desperately need these life-saving services.
Yes, I totally understand that. Yep, I totally understand.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Lundgren, second by Councilman Kelly.
You know,
Go ahead.
I have a question. I don't think this church is here to be talking us, she's giving us an update and a report on what we have to help. She has concern, yeah, she's expressing on the space. That's a kind of a long outgoing issue for probably since the building was built. And so now, according to what Ryan is saying, is that it's not, they're not bypassing their committee. So right now, today, it's still in negotiation. They're talking about it. Now, we were just told by Councilwoman Sears, go to the meeting. If we have concerns, go. So that's where it needs to be. We don't need to make any kind of action today to put a hold on everything. Because I think that was already done. And I think today we need to leave it open for discussion and negotiation. Because our people do need help. You know, I don't care what personal feelings we have against Oyate Health. That's got to go away one day. We gotta start looking out for our people. Our people's needs, health needs. You know, we have even our council that go there and utilize Oyate Health. You know, so to me, I just really feel that we're taking this out of context today. I don't think she's given us a report. She's expressing her plans of the space, but according to the chair of HHS, it's being worked on. It's being negotiated on. If our major was here, she'll probably tell us her side. But right now, today, leave it where it needs to be and let them continue with it. You know, I don't think we need to take action right now and do all of this. I just don't think that's right. Just what I needed to say. Thank you.
You know, Chair, just to
Councilor Greenwald, and then
I'll be real quick. So the building's been open for 5 years, those spaces have sat vacant. If we talk about space and stuff like that, look at our veterans building out at the casino. It's been sitting there vacant for almost 20 years. And now there's all kinds of issues with the building, settlement, foundation. You can sit here and argue about space. The Oyate Health Center is part of our tribe. They're there to service our members. But we try to keep this wall dividing up. You know what, the Native women's, they're their own entity. It doesn't require them to have anything to do with anything. As a matter of fact, they're more of a support services for them. But we keep on putting that wall back up. My concern is all of those relatives of ours, Oglalas, that are sitting there that are not able, they're going to, like you said, they're going to Hot Springs for the ones that are going to you guys. How do they go to Hot Springs? So they're traveling somewhere else. But I don't want us to see us sit there and have a space open for another 15 years empty when it could be used for something, you know, whatever it's going to be, whatever we decide it will be used for, I guess. But I just wanted to bring that up because we do have buildings that are empty sitting there rotting.
Councilor Lumber.
No, I was just gonna respond a little bit. You know, it's not about, you know, denying any type of services because I do understand that it is important for all services. But what I'm getting at is that, you know, we also need to give our own tribal programs the opportunity for development or expansion as well. And the other thing is that, you know, we just want to ensure that services are provided. So I believe there's a motion on the floor, Chair.
Secretary, roll call.
Richard Greenwald Sr.,
No.
James Cross,
No.
Ryan Jumping Sr., Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Tyler Linderman,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Conrad Bosbeck,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Yeah.
Troy Little,
No.
Garfield Steele,
Yeah.
David Kelly,
Yes.
George Doomer Jr.,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
secure those.
The allocated space for tribe remains allocated as is.
Yes.
Lee Frandl,
Yeah, the negotiation.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
David Poirier. Ryan, would you like to vote?
What is it?
On the space to remain allocated for the Oglala Sioux tribe?
Yes.
Level 4.
12 yes, 4 no,
One.
1 not voting. Motion carried.
I mean,
Council Still.
I had a question before, but we ran the vote, so I apologize. So, just in general, Ms. Church, if, let's say, we needed expanded, services and we don't have the room, then what's our other alternative?
Other alternatives, because this is gonna, we're all going to continue to grow, right? Oops. We're all going to continue to grow. So if the tribe doesn't want to allocate that space for Oyate Health Center to provide those services, we'll probably look at 105 lease. It's not gonna stop us from providing services. And the tribe also has that opportunity. The question is, what makes the most financial sense right now? Leaving that space empty, investing hundreds of thousands of dollars to make it HIPAA compliant? Is the tribe in a position to do that right now? Does the tribe have providers available right now to provide these services? That's the distinction here. Oyate Health Center does. So, you have tribal members here, you have tribal members in Rapid City. To me, it's not about the space. It's about what makes sense, what makes financial sense right now to take action on. And in my mind, it's let's get these services that we're ready to provide right now and act on that. And then as the programs, whether they're OST programs or whether they're Oyate Health programs, we outgrow the building, which we will, and we have plans for, we're working on our strategic plan that's looking 20 years down the road. We want to add on a wing to Oyate, where it is right now, for a surgical suite. Again, so many of our relatives that get referred out end up getting bills, even if they're approved for PRC. So it's a bigger picture. It's what makes sense to do now. It's not about fighting over space. And there's so much more the tribe could be doing, even for relatives here at home. And if we're in a better position to be able to provide that care, you're going to get better coordination and collaboration from Oyate Health Center than you'll ever get from Monument Health or Avera or now Sanford who's there. Or you can choose to continue to refer them out. And this is what, the details of all of this is what I had planned to, I'm planning to present on Tuesday to the committee, is the business plan side of it. Now, if Waisha has a business plan that you just, is gonna bring in revenue for the tribe and expand services, and then, yeah, do it. Does she have a plan right now to do that? Does she have the money to do the renovations that it's going to cost to be able to do that right now? I don't think so. And I also question whether or not that program is anywhere near the place to be able to expand, like she says. Currently, OHC has 40% of the funding to provide women's health care. It's the shares that are based on Rosebud and Cheyenne River. OST, Waisha's program, has 60%. We saw in the year of one fiscal year, I looked at the figures for one fiscal year, from February 24 to March 1st of 25. We had over 21,000 women that we saw with 40% of the funding. Waysha had 300 and something, I can't remember what it was. So I'm not, you need to do the homework, you need to look at the data. And that doesn't tell me that she's in a place right now to be able to expand, as she's saying she is. Those are the kinds of, we look at the volume of services for each of our providers. When they reach a certain level, that's when we know it's time to hire another provider. We don't spend money if we're not maximizing our space that we have right now. We don't bring on contracts or hire people if the people that we have are not working to their highest capacity. Those are the types of quality measures that that HHS should look at when making these kinds of decisions. It's based on data.
So, and that's why I wish I asked my question before I voted. But I don't think this decision is written in stone. I think, if we continue the negotiations, that is very interesting to think about, a lot of what you said. So I apologize, I should have asked that question before I voted.
Okay, we need to move on here. Go ahead, Councilman Cross.
There's a motion to approve.
Okay, motion by Councilman Cross, second by Councilwoman Little Hawk Weston. Roll call.
Supper?
She could set supper or some noodles or
Man, it's all on the plate, $10.
Richard Greenwell Senior,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Ryan Jumpanico Senior,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Not voting on the noodle floods.
Tyler Lunderman,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Don Rickles Beck,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Charlie Paul,
Yes.
Garfield Still,
Yeah.
David Kelly,
No.
George Dreamer Jr.,
No.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Beef Randall, Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
David Poyer.
Yes.
Thirteen yes, 2 no, 1 not voting, motion carried.
Chair, I just want to say congratulations to OHC on getting their accreditation, which is a very high standard to meet in this country that we live in, so congratulations to them, and maybe Ryan, we could do something for the staff up there, many of them are tribal members, just to acknowledge that they met that milestone. I honestly didn't know that was ever achieved, but I'm really proud of them that they did. Thank you.
Yeah. Councilman Weston.
Yeah, before BIA gets on, after they end, I have something for committee before, or council, before we adjourn.
Okay.
But after she gets done.
So don't go nowhere. Okay, at this time, we're gonna move on. And I'll turn it over to the superintendent.
Greetings, President Starr comes out, Secretary Two Lands, and Tribal Council. My name is Gina Duville, and I am the Superintendent for the BIA Pine Ridge Agency. I provided you with a report that will highlight our activities for June 2026, but I'll just go through just a few and then I'll open it up for questions. Regarding natural resources, we have collected the full amount of grazing fees for the 2025-2026 grazing period due from the committees in the amount of $6,511,064.57. Okay, and then I'm going to skip to page 6, regarding probate. There were 31 cases submitted to the Office of Hearings and Appeals, and currently there are 153 cases at the Office of Hearings and Appeals in the pre-hearing and adjudication stages. Regarding social services, the GA payments, on May 1st, April 2026, general assistance regular payments were authorized in the amount of $63,320. On May 29th, 2026, the May 2026 general assistance regular payments were authorized in the amount of $64,896. On June 27, 2026, the June 2026 general assistance regular payments were authorized in the amount of $60,660. And there's a change in the GA amount effective July 1st, 2026. The South Dakota TANF rates increased by 6.4%. And the impact of that is that we follow those standards and we use the state's TANF rate, the applicant's state of residence. So the GA payment standards in South Dakota will increase accordingly. Okay, so I guess at this point I would like to turn it over to Dr. Merdanian to speak to the 93-638.
Hold on.
Question. Baby. Well, I'm not going anywhere.
Just ask.
You don't mind. Hey.
Good evening.
My question is, when people are bringing in outside cattle, they pay a fee. How much is in that account? How much is their charge? Sean had told me the other day at land that he's approving those. So what's the status of it?
I'll have to check on that. I don't have a review right now.
Come in there. You're always gonna check, but you never get back to us. So, okay, on the probate code.
Yes.
We had a tribe, we used to here a month ago, a tribal member, brother had passed away. They wanted to know the process to get that. Is there some way that we could get notified that the probate is gonna happen? Because, you know, they want the land back that was in the original allotment. And once that's given over to the tribe can't give that land away, and we can't sell it back to them. So how, is there some way we can get notified so we take action before that title gets transferred over?
Okay, so currently those hearing notices are posted, and those notices that the land is going to issue to the tribe are brought over to the president's office.
You know, Chair, we have to stay on top of that because some of our tribal members are getting they're losing out on land. And if we're not there, because once it gets turned to the tribe, there's no way we can get it back unless they do a land exchange. And that's the problem. The lady that came was from last year, she lived in Lakewood District. And there's other ones that got, I don't want to mention names. We have to protect our tribal members too, that, that's some of them's original allotments. And that's what I say, there's something that we have to watch out for. Okay, you didn't answer it, but the next question I have you sent notice to the chair? Has there been any recommended changes in the grazing fees? Because usually it comes out in June, and June passed, so did something come out?
No, not yet. They're working on it. As you know, Diane Manclager resigned, and she was the one who generated those letters. They do have Todd Haig is his name, that's sitting in for her, so I will check on the status of that, because you're right, you're correct, they usually come out in July, June or July.
Yeah. That, is the breeze still on and hiring? Because we only have Sean Patton up there in Land House.
Yes, it is. They're saying that it's lifted, but it's only lifted for certain positions. They're allowing us to apply to hire on probate and social services.
What about the trust responsibility? I mean, that's, I don't know. Thanks, we're not.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Councilman.
So, there was a letter given to your office by the President's office on April 1st in regards to a revocation of a lease for a program on a reservation. What's the status of that?
The resolution.
Yeah, it was supported by a
That is
resolution.
it's under investigation now.
What do you mean by investigation?
Well, within 10 days of receiving that, the BIA has to implement an investigation.
So if you're saying 10 days and April 1st
That's
was...
when we implemented the investigation, yeah. So it's pretty extensive. Yeah. We're still working on it.
That's almost 3 months ago.
Yeah, well, we're short-staffed, I apologize for that.
So how long does it take for your investigation to?
When it's complete, we're nearing the end.
So I get it, you guys ain't looking at it, right?
No, we are. We've addressed a couple of issues that we found in that, yeah.
So if the tribe approved it, then we still need your blessing? Is that the process?
Are we talking, I'm not sure we're talking about the same issue.
Can you say the name?
Yeah.
It's a business lease.
Okay. I'll just come.
Okay, yeah. So what was the question?
No, I mean, the tribe took action to revoke the lease. And there was a letters by the President's office sent to your office on April 1.
Yeah, it's a little bit complicated because our regs kick in too, but you're correct, it is a tribal lease. Yeah, there are attorneys involved.
Ours is.
Involved in that fee?
Yeah. But have we been talking about the same lease? You said there was an investigation that was started within 10 days. Was that regarding this?
Yes, yes.
And, I mean, the tribe's concern was that the business premises were being used for an unlawful purpose, and that was documented by tribal court. There was one or more tribal court orders. is the investigation going beyond the tribal court orders?
No, and there's actually our solicitors involved in it as well.
In Minneapolis?
Yes. So the investigation is internal, but our solicitor is also involved in it.
So, I mean, I guess what you're hearing is that some members of the council would like that to move at a little bit swifter pace, because it is a virtually rent-free lease for an organization that has been, to one extent or another, rejecting the authority of the tribe over certain transactions, and that's bothersome to the tribe. And you know the case has been litigated in federal court and tribal court.
Yeah, to clarify, they have been making their lease payments. I mean, just to clarify.
What is the rent? Is it $100
It's
a year?
$100. But that's kind of par for the course for our business cases.
Motion to approve.
Wait, what?
Can you repeat that? I didn't catch that.
Motion to approve report.
No, they're not done. She's not done with her report.
But you still want a motion?
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay, Councilman Kraus?
Gee, did I miss it?
Yeah, she reported it.
Or she reported it?
Well, sit back and
The other one, the other issue is, that dam project, the Allen Dam project, that dam project. But, you know that there's a lot of, our youth and a lot of people go fishing down there. Garfield's on it, quite a bit on there. What can we do to get you guys to go down there and mow down there, kind of clean it up down there? Can you 638 that, just that part of it? Because that's a well-used dam, and got good fishing there, and the kids are swimming there. So is that something that we can look at, or can you guys at least do the cleaning part of it?
I can, as you know, the fire program is no longer under the Bureau of Indian Affairs. It's under the United States Wildland Fire Service, and that was generally the people that we would send out to do the mowing at Yellow Bear. But I can reach out to the fire manager and see if something like that's still possible. They can do some mowing projects.
Councilman Greenwald?
Thank you, Chair. So mine has to do with the Oglala Dam. I hear it's getting close to completion. My question is cleaning up of the dam area, they've taken long enough to where the invasive trees that grow out there, and they grow like tumbleweeds, have you seen them? They're like a light green tree, are now probably 15, 20 feet tall now. And are they gonna be addressing that? Are they gonna be clearing all those trees out of there? Because that could be a problem, boats and anything else,
There is an actual proposed dredging project that was offered to the tribe. $4 million some dollars.
When did that happen?
Oh, to OSRA, I'm sorry, OSRA.
What is that?
Dredging only covers like moss and stuff like that, it doesn't clear out the trees that
Full-grown trees.
they're full-grown trees now.
Come here, I'm leaning under the floor now.
Quiet.
Can I have Valentina address that?
Yeah.
Good evening, council. I promise I will be very quick in my response. Yes, that proposal was coming from Natural Resources, which is how, being handled by Mr. Haig. Mr. Haig offered it to the tribe. We then turned over and tribe wasn't interested. We offered it to OSPRA, since they are a charter of the tribe. Oglala Sioux Parks and Recreation, it does include all the trees, you name it, all the forest. It's to clean up that whole bottom. The OSPRA has not submitted the proposal yet for those funds. So they're working on it. They requested TA, technical assistance, to look at what is it gonna cost, because they're gonna need engineers, and they're gonna need architects, and they're gonna need all of this expertise. And so that's why they requested TA, and it was really that they're doing this because Mr. Haig is an engineer and he can provide that expertise in helping them put that proposal together. So that's the whole background behind that, getting that cleaned up. Okay?
I just hope that you guys monitor that, because, man, we've lost East Dam already. That's the last thing I want for Oglala Dam. That was, and you know, this is one of the best recreational areas and fishing and everything in the whole red.
Second in South Dakota.
Alright, so we need to do it right.
Yeah, we stocked the dam too. Go ahead, so now, Davey, Jackie.
Thank you, President. I guess, you know, I make a motion to approve the report. Ryan, I don't know if they got a second, but, you know, I wanted to address Superintendent Poppy and Tina on our secretarial election. Where's it at today? What step is it in? When are we trying to hear anything on the results of the secretarial election? That's kind of my answer. People are asking too, so, you know, I know Lyle and one of our elders, Bonnie, was on that task force. But I guess we just need to hear what the BIA, since you guys ran the election for us.
Okay, so I did prepare a short comprehensive summary. It's on the back of your report. I'll just go ahead and read it. It's on page 21.
Yep.
Pursuant to 25 CFR Part 81, Section 81.20, the Secretarial Election Board held its initial meeting on April 13, 2026. The board consisted of Lyle Weston, Rayanne Redall, Bonnie Holy Rock, Robin Tapio, and Laverne Atta Jack. I was appointed as the officer in charge and chair. During the initial meeting, the board established June 18, 2026 as the date for the secretarial election. Automated Election Services, the contracted vendor, supported the board by preparing and mailing notice and registration packets, processing registration forms, developing the registered voter list, producing daily registration reports, preparing and mailing ballot packets, and completing automated ballot tabulation on election day. The Secretarial Election Board met regularly on Mondays at 1:30 p.m. to coordinate responsibilities, timelines, and election procedures. In addition to these standing weekly meetings, the board convened ad hoc sessions as needed to address time-sensitive materials and election requirements. Throughout these meetings, the board reviewed the voter registration packet, the registered voters list, challenges submitted to the voter list, and all election packet materials. The voter registration deadline was May 15th, 2026. The preliminary registered voter list was received and posted at the BIA Administration Building and OST Tribal Building. Challenges were accepted from May 19th to the 21st, 2026. All challenges were approved and incorporated into the final register voter list, which was posted on May 21st, 2026. Ballot packets were mailed on May 22nd, 2026. The eligible voter list showed 13,381 eligible voters across the 9 districts. After removing 872 duplicate or off-reservation entries, the final eligible voter total was 12,509. Of the 12,509 secretarial election notice packets mailed, 11,547 were successfully delivered, or 92%, and 962 were returned undeliverable, which is 8%. A total of 827 voters registered to participate in the secretarial elections. Of these, 424 ballots were cast, resulting in a 51% turnout among registered voters. The secretarial election was conducted on June 18, 2026. The certificate of results was completed by 5:30 p.m. and posted at the BIA Administration Building, the OST Tribal Building, and on social media platforms used for public dissemination. Pursuant to an order issued by Olivia M. Steve, Great Plains Regional Director, the proposed constitutional amendments were submitted to the qualified voters of the Oglala Sioux tribe in an election in which at least 30% of eligible voters cast their ballots in accordance with Section 8 or 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of June 18, 1934, 48 Stat 984, as amended. There were no challenges to the certificate of results. June 19, 2026 marked day 1 of the 5-day challenge period for the certificate of results, which concluded on June 23, 2026. The same date marked the beginning of the 45-day decision period, which will conclude on August 2, 2026. The secretarial election process was completed in full compliance with the 25 CFR Part 81. The board met regularly, ensured proper voter registration procedures, reviewed and addressed all challenges, and oversaw the distribution of the ballot packets. Final eligibility totaled 12,509 voters, with 827 registering to participate, and 424 casting ballots. Delivery rates for the ballot packets were high, and each proposed amendment received clear majority support. The certificate of results was posted promptly, and all required post-election timelines were initiated. And I provided you with a copy of the 25 CFR Part 81.
So, with that being said, President, just wanted to, so now we have to wait for the 45-day from the Secretary of Interior, right?
From the authorizing official.
Okay, so could that come sooner than 45 days?
Yes, she can make the decision, or he or she can make the decision as, today, if they wanted to.
And that will be given to the president of the tribe, or?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess I just needed to just get that update from the BIA. We have to amend our election code. And I think next week on the 18th, we are having a special. I think we have some election commissioners that applied. So I think at that time, I think the tribe will probably hopefully appoint these commissioners, because they're going to have some work to do to amend our election code. So we just want to make sure, we don't know if the Secretary of Interior or the designated person is going to approve all these 5 amendments that have over 50%, or is this really actually done now and it's approved? Just need their concurrence.
It's done. She
Okay,
just needs to validate our process.
okay, that's all she needs to do. Okay, so
But-
I guess that's kind of what we needed to hear today, and I'm hoping our tribal members are listening to that too, because they were waiting too. So we wanted that report from the DIA, since you guys read that. Thank you so much. I think our task force that was put in, I think they did a lot of work too, along with the DIA. So I just want to thank them, you know, Lyle, Rayanne, Bonnie, Robin, and Laverne, you know, Jack. So I just want to just say that to you too. Thank you guys for running the election, and, you know, I know our people are excited about it. So it's our job now to make the changes to our election code. Thank you.
Councilman Clear.
No, my question was for the superintendent, it wasn't on the election code, but I guess forgot what it's all about now, but we need to get something in land operations, because we got all this trespassing. I'd seen in your report too that it says you guys are responsible for the road ditch fences. And you're saying it's not, so there's a lot of fences out there you guys need to fix.
Did you want a response?
No, yeah, so when they can start?
When are we gonna start fixing the road ditch fences?
Yeah. Can we, I'll just read it in your report.
What page are you on? That might be the grazing ordinance that you're looking at.
It's a report that you gave me.
I know, but we've got some grazing ordinance language in there.
I'll give it to you. Because what's happening is that some of the people that have range units, they're taking out fences and not notifying land operations. And that's, and you guys regs. So when they take out them fences, then cattle get broken here and there. It keeps getting pushed to allocation committee, but allocation committee only determines eligibility. At a household, tribal member, 18 years of age and older, they're not in charge of the fencing.
Councilman Kelly.
Yeah, thank you for staying late. You know, I do have a question, and, well, actually, two of them. You know, looking at page 17, I want to say,
It might.
was sleeping.
Fresh one, Dave.
Yeah.
Pay attention, y'all.
Yeah. On page 17, Valentina.
Yes, sir.
I can't understand why our forestry program, and it's the only one in parentheses in red. What, can you explain that one real quick?
Yes, sir. So forestry falls under the master contract of natural resources. at one time, water resources fell under natural resources, BIPO fell under natural resources, and then they, under council's action, moved away as independent contracts. They don't receive direct funding, and so what happens is the government supplements that program, for example, forestry. So the superintendent supplements forestry with that amount every year. And because it's something that we started to do to try to get forestry going, because like I said, they don't receive direct funding, it's basically an internal government accounting error. It's just saying that it's a negative because we took it out of a different account. And the superintendent identifies and works with the primary accounting individuals who go ahead and allocate that for us. It's just reflecting, we are in the process of correcting that because we don't like that red mark standing out either. But that's why, is because they don't receive direct funding.
Which leads me on to the next question, going down to the last sentence below your spreadsheet there, for the fiscal year 2026 contract support cost. If you read into it, the word of the Oglala Sioux tribe due to an outdated indirect cost, which brings me to another question, because we approved through the Finance Committee an indirect cost rate for 2026 through 28, when in all actuality we haven't finished the entire funding year, which I'm gonna say, man, we made a boo-boo, we made a mistake here at the tribe, because you know I'm not as fluent as you are, but I do understand. We can't set an indirect cost rate as of just yet.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. That's a very good observation, and I appreciate that. I recall meeting with President Starr comes out on May 28, 2026, and he then went to the Finance Committee and requested that the Finance Committee take action regarding the contract support funds for 2026. The last agreed negotiated IDC rate was for 2020.
Yep.
And we used 2020's rate for contract support of the tribe for 21, 22, 23, 24. Now, because it was over 4 years old, and the tribe was behind in their audits, the only way you can negotiate your IDC rate is if you have a current audit, okay? So if you don't have a current audit for 26 through 28, how can you negotiate an IDC rate? So that's why I said it's a very good observation, and thank you for that, because at that time, on May 28th in Finance Committee, President Starr comes out, requested, along with the treasurer, to do again another lump sum method for 2026. And that Purnell and Associates for 2025 did your negotiation for the lump sum method for 25. In which that time it was 29.72. Remember that? That was your contract support dollars or your IDC rate for 25, in which you received all of your contract support funds for 2025. Now we have 2026 sitting there, but you don't have a negotiated IDC rate that we can use to calculate your 2026 contract support dollars. Therefore, that is why the president requested through Finance Committee to take some action, in which you did, committee, you did. You did ask for the lump sum method for 2026. However, that's not what your resolution that you passed today said. Your resolution said that you were going to negotiate your 26 through your 28 IDC rate when you haven't even completed your audits for 24. So with that, Council, this is the action that was taken by Finance Committee on the 28th of May. And it says that Purnell and Associates would work on the lump sum method for the contract support dollars for 2026. That's what I received. That's what I've been waiting for. So I cannot begin any type of calculations until I get a negotiated rate through the lump sum method for the tribe. And it's the tribe's responsibility to get back to us. And keep in mind, if the end of the federal fiscal year is coming up right in September, what happens is those funds get swept. And then we have to request for those funds back. And that takes more time, requesting for those funds back. And we had to do that for 25, just because of the process that we were going through trying to get your contract support dollars and the monthly drawdowns. So these are a number of issues that we've been trying to assist the tribe in the best possible manner so that we're supporting you and you're successful in your programming and providing services to the Oyate. So I hope that answers your question, Councilman Kelly.
Yes, yes. Puts us in a bind. I don't know what to do right now other than, I think it'd be in the best interest to rescind or retract the resolution that was approved today until we fix the issue. I don't know any other way to do it.
What resolution?
That was on the finance.
Finance on item number 3.
We got it. Were you done?
While they're thinking about it, I do have another question on page 18. Just flip over the page.
Yeah.
And I'm all the way in the green column on the left. These are all the drawdown amounts, correct? For the entirety?
No, sir. What I did is I created a schedule for drawdowns for the tribe. And if you see there's two. One is a little bit longer than the other. Well, the first one that you see there is the federal fiscal year. So their fiscal year ends in September, right? So therefore, their drawdown schedule is going to be a little bit shorter than those contracts that are on a calendar fiscal year, okay? And so the item in the green was to be June's drawdown amounts for those contracts, okay?
Yeah, I see.
And due to some changes and so forth, I did have a meeting with the acting comptroller and created a revised schedule. And what we did is we combined June because they didn't draw down June yet. So we combined June with July, so that way she knows the amounts to draw down for the 2 months. And so I gave her a new schedule to draw down for those 2 months.
Okay.
Okay?
Judge, I got a quick question.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Good?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Sears, and then Councilman Steele, and then Poirier.
I had my hand up, I think it was on that issue with the dams, I never passed that.
Okay, just going by the order here.
I'll let David go first.
Okay, go ahead.
Question, who did you offer that contract to that you said for Oglala Dam?
That was correct.
Well, wait, you said it went to the tribe, then it went to Oglala.
The notice of funds available comes to the president, comes to the tribe first. And if there is no action, then we offer it to your other organizations.
I'm just curious where it went, because when it came to land committee, we didn't get nothing.
That's why I said it goes to the government correspondence, and so yes, it does come to, and also council, please keep in mind that everything that I provide to the president's office is hand carried, printed out because of the internal issues with the emails. So that's why we provide everything in writing, hand carried over here.
I'm just wondering, because when it came to land, and we couldn't say yes or no on it. I mean, that's the point that I'm trying to get to. Talk about communications here.
Well, it wasn't acted on, so I guess it's.
Yeah, it's too late now, it's just the idea, huh?
The issue is though, we never got an opportunity to do that.
Chair, I think we have a motion on the floor.
Yeah, we got a couple more questions. Go ahead, Councilman Steele.
Just real quick question, in land some time ago, we took action to demolish a building right by the mass grave. Is there any kind of extra funds that we have somewhere in the bureau that we could utilize to make this happen? Because it's kind of a place where it's kind of not good for the visitors and the community, but it was an action from land committee.
Mr. Still, was a resolution done for that request?
No, it was, the resolution was done to demolish the building, but it's, obviously, it's 2 years still standing, so I'm asking, is there a way we can request funds to support getting that done?
Mr. Still, if through committee, if a resolution is coming requesting that, then definitely the superintendent would review it, and then it'd move up the chain in regards to one-time funding requests for that.
Okay, and then it could kind of be like a beautification thing of our mass site there, because there's no fencing all the way around on the bottom. And I know Dave brought that up, that there's, on the roadway, there's no fence all the way around the mass site. So that's something I'd like to get done.
And just for your information, council, the superintendent did work and found some funds regarding the last request to demolish the 3 buildings. And that's the building here on the corner, what they call the old clubhouse, the courthouse, and the jail. So those three are in the process of moving through and getting it's gonna be moving in phases. So at this particular phase, through the president's office and that request, working with the superintendent, funds were made available to start that process. So the RFPs are supposed to go out to start developing the plan. Yeah, the assessment plan.
She's gonna protest over there, maybe we'll keep that.
A lot of memories.
So anyway, just so you know that it does happen. It does happen, okay?
Chair, if I may?
Yeah.
Garfield, we did pass a resolution for that, for the fencing, to demolish that building, and the security guards, remember?
Yeah.
So it's there.
Yeah, but what she's saying now is we need to request it through the bureau.
Okay.
Councilman Keller.
Just following up, not with the report itself, but another valuable asset that we received here. It went to the president from June 12, 2006. Would you please elaborate, because I'm reading the second sentence. BIA must respectfully inform you that we are unable to fulfill your funding request for the following.
Next on.
What time? Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Councilman Kelly is referring to the June 12, 2026 letter in which the Oglala Sioux tribe through resolution requested one-time funding for various projects. And at this point in time, they were reviewed and respectfully, the region is saying that they're unable to fulfill the funding request of all of those that are listed in the bullet points, okay? And this, is, again, is one-time funding requested of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. However, Superintendent and I have been working closely with some of your programs, as well as working with the Contracts Office and the Comptroller to see what we can possibly do. And so we are working, and believe me, you have programs out there who are working really hard, and they do need help. And so we're working with them and seeing what we can do. And so that's, again, through the superintendent's office.
Are you done?
Yeah, no, I just want to follow up. So none of these projects have been awarded anything? Essentially is what I'm asking, so no?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
No,
okay.
none at all at
Okay.
this point in time.
All right, thank you.
Okay, attorney wants to respond.
But did you just say that
Sure.
this, one of the bullet points says 750 for a demolition project involving old law enforcement?
Yeah.
But you did just say that you have identified funding for that, correct?
So, yes, sir, but it was in a different proposal package, and this was asked by itself in this particular request. So we're just showing that in this request alone, by itself, was denied. However, it's already part of another package that we're working on. Does that make sense?
Can you tell us about that other package that you're working on?
What's the assessment? So we provided the tribe with one-time funding, and in that one-time funding for the 3 buildings that I just mentioned, the what they call the old clubhouse, the courthouse, and the public safety building located on the north side of the BIA and the tribal building. Those are the 3 buildings. They're given specific numbers as identified, and so we're working to get them off of our inventory, and in that process of the RFPs to have a plan developed, an assessment plan, and then the second phase would be demolition. So that's the package that was submitted, and it's been submitted year after year. I think this has been 20 years this has been requested. So we've been following up on those old requests from 2 decades ago. So that's what we're referring to in that package.
So you would bid out and pay for directly all those services? That would not be an award of funding to the tribe? That would be a project the Bureau just undertakes at the tribe's request?
Again, I said we awarded the tribe with one-time funding contract. It's a one-time funding contract under the President's office. And so that is what we stipulated, and I apologize, I do have that contract number. I just don't have it on me right now. I also have all the information on the scope of work for that particular project. And again, all of that is one-time funding under the President's office. It was $903,000 that we had given for that project, one-time funding.
Okay, sew me up, and then,
Are you
Cody.
expected asleep?
Thanks, bored silly.
Sonia, they, Cody.
Okay, I just quickly, wanted to mention that, earlier, under our finance committee, we did approve willfully the auditor to do 2024 audit. And they were gonna use the 200,000 that the BI gave us, so what happened here was we took that off of the resolution, so it's not going to be a part of that resolution. So now we're gonna probably have to find money to pay for the 2024 audit. So with that $200,000 that we have to give back to the BIA, because we didn't use it for the purpose that we should have used it for, my question is, what do we need to do? I think according to the chair of finance, she wants to bring that back up to look at how we can use that 200,000. So my question, I guess, is on your list of needs here that was submitted to the BIA, we had 200,000 to hire a certified public accountant to update financial policies. That was submitted back in March 25th, 2026. So, we would like to maybe look at something like that if we have to, so we don't know if there's something we have to do as a tribe to maybe shift that money over to that, to CPA, because Norman's gonna be probably put in there.
He's a numbers guy.
Yeah. But anyway, I just had to ask you that question.
Councilwoman Little Hawk Weston, that's a very good question in regards to the funds, the one-time funding. And again, according to federal regulations, we're only following what the tribe requested this. The tribe requested an additional auditing firm for 2024 to run concurrent to 2023. And if that happened, the tribe would have been off of sanction. They would have been off of remedy 1. You would no longer have to do monthly drawdowns. You would have been off of sanction. And because whatever the situation is, those funds in the scope of work was designed to say, from your request, from the resolution, an additional auditing firm. So therefore, once those are returned, what we could do is you could put in another request, another proposal for a CPA, and then we can look at that for one-time funding for another contract, okay? Council, there is another piece of this regarding the single audit, and that is from the clearinghouse, the single report on the Oglala Sioux tribe for fiscal year ending December 31st, 2023, there was a subject report identified one finding with no question cost that directly affected the Bureau of Affairs programs, okay? And so because of that, because it was found in 2022, and it's 23, we did assist the tribe when they were put on sanctions with the corrective action plan, right? And in that corrective action plan, we tried to address this. We came up with a plan, and that's why we gave the tribe those assistance funds to help get them caught up on their sanctions, okay? And then they would have been caught up with their corrective action plan. However, now because of this finding, the tribe has to come up with a corrective action plan. Okay? For your 2023, because it was found in 22 and 23. And so now the tribe needs a corrective action plan, and it needs to be not only developed, implemented, but enforced to ensure we are not going to have the same finding. in 24, 25, etc. Okay? So I'm letting you know that as of date. I know, like I said, we worked hard and we continue to work hard. The reporting is a big issue. It's a big issue. And it's part of the requirements in the contract. And so with that, we need to figure out a system, and I gave you a report. I developed a report for you to show you what's been submitted thus far. So again, it's up to you to provide to us appropriate evidence that this is being implemented. When I say appropriate, so if you say, oh, we're putting training in there. Okay, well, if you're putting training, what kind of training? And we need attendance sheets. So that's what needs to happen as soon as possible.
Well, I just still kind of had the floor here, and I really would like to see something. I really don't like holding back money, and I really hope that we can address that issue. And if we have to take it through finance committee, maybe that's what we'll do. We'll take it through finance, we'll come back with a plan, maybe through committee to say this is what we would like to use it for.
That's what we did earlier.
No,
We did, after that motion.
was it to run it back to finance?
Yeah.
No, but she wanted to bring it back to the special next week to address it.
Finance first and then put the language together.
So we can do that tomorrow, but I have to just throw that out there because I've seen all these following, programs that wanted one-time funding. And I think maybe we could look at some of them too. And, but I really think that we were kind of hoping for that certified public accountant to help with upstairs. Maybe to kind of help with these policies so we don't run into every year our audits are coming back like that. With the same,
The first year.
finding 2 years. 2 years. Okay, thank you.
Yes, the date you sent them.
Councilman Gosper.
It's for the audit,
Thank you, Chair.
by the auditors.
I had a question about the burial. Is that going to be effective this coming year? Since we couldn't find the money, I don't even know if we did get an update on it, but the money that's missing from burial, is it going to affect this coming year?
Burial received their full base funding, and they also received additional one-time funding, not from this particular request, but they did get funding, and they get direct funding. So burial does get direct funding from the social service dollars. That's where they come from. So they're not going to be impacted if this request wasn't met.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Councilwoman Sears.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up the reports for the narrative and the 425s, the copies that you did give us on the report here. And I did go to the meeting that we did have on Monday with the chief of staff was there also, the new chief of staff. And she is aware that these narratives are very important to get caught up on. So she actually sat in, heard it all, and she is going to make sure that directors are, getting caught up on the narratives. Those are really crucial to get off these sanctions too. So I just wanted to bring that up, that she was involved and will be addressing that part of it.
Thank you for that, Councilwoman Sears. Yes, and thank you for being a part of that meeting. I think it was beneficial because we had a lot of the key players at the table, including the acting comptroller, who was aware of the 425s and the reporting that needed to happen there. She is aware of this letter that I was talking about from the clearinghouse and the findings, and a lot of other things we discussed regarding how we could better collaborate and work together in finding solutions to move forward. But at this point in time, council, we really need to come up with a good corrective action plan that is going to be enforced, that is going to be doable. And so I just want to commend you for trying to move forward in the best possible manner, and that we continue to try to collaborate in how we can get that done. So thank you.
Motion to approve, Chair.
We have a motion, we just need a second.
Second.
Second by Councilman Lunderman. Roll call.
Richard Greenwell Senior,
I suppose.
James Cross,
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Senior,
Yes, yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, John Gosper,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Troy Little,
Yes.
Garfield Steele,
Yeah.
David Kelly,
Yes.
George Dreamer Jr.,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Beef Randall, Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
David Poyer.
No.
Fifteen yes, one no, motion carried.
Motion to adjourn.
Got one more.
Okay, I gotta, Chair, I gotta leave though, so.
Go ahead, Councilman Kelly.
We need quorum for this.
Okay, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere.
Agenda.
You're not dismissed, don't go anywhere.
Chair, do they have a slip to leave? But anyways, this will take real quick. I was informed that when the chief of police contract was approved through executive committee, it was ordered to send back to law and order. So now we gotta reapprove it there. So my motion is to move that to the special, add it on to the special for the contract for the chief of police.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Councilman Weston, second by Councilman Lunderman. Roll call.
Richard Greenwell Senior,
Yes.
James Cross, Ryan Jumping Eagle Senior,
Yes.
Julian, Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, John Gosper,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Troy Little, Garfield Steele,
No.
David Kelly,
Yes.
George Dreamer Jr.,
Yes.
Craig Dillon, Beef Randall, Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
David Poyer.
Yeah.
Okay, before we run this motion here, I just want to say thank you for coming today, BIA. I know it's a long day for you guys, to stick around and stick it out.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, 15 yes, one not voting, motion carried.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Councilman Lunderman. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I was just wondering what we were gonna do on this indirect cost proposal that is wrong. We need to, I think in Tribe, we need to rescind the entire thing and just bring it back up and finance tomorrow.
Is that your motion?
Yeah, I'll motion it.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilman Kelly, second by Councilman Weston. Councilman Jumping Eagle, you have a question?
Well, I have, not pertaining to this, but now we're just letting BIA tell us what we can and can't do again. Like we're spending more for them. Let's just keep that resolution moving forward, and all they could do is say no.
Yeah.
Why are we gonna put our tail between our legs and run away? We do that time and time again to BIA. But I mean, if you recognize this motion, got a second, no, but I do have a something after this motion.
Okay. Roll call?
Just for clarification, can I get what resolution you're referring to?
That number 3 on finance.
Yeah, number 3 on finance.
The Cornell
Yeah, Cornell
Associates?
Associates
Okay.
indirect cost break.
Indirect cost proposal. You said number 3.
She pointed it out.
Mr. Kelly, you don't want to hire a firm to prepare the indirect cost proposal?
That's not what it says, because we're not even done with the fiscal year. It says
Use your mic,
2026.
please.
It's when yeah, that's where, if you read it, it says 2026, and we're not even done with 24 either.
I may be reading it wrong, but I think it's hiring a firm to prepare the proposal. It's not approving a particular proposal. It's hiring someone to work with us to develop the proposal. But if that, I just wanted to clarify that that is what you want to rescind.
It's up to you guys.
Go ahead.
Chair.
It was supposed to be an outside firm,
Yeah, it is.
so not one that's currently being used. That's what it originally read. And that's why DIA is saying we gotta pay the money back if we use them.
That's not what they said.
Yeah, no, it's completely different.
Different. Let's just leave it alone.
Not what they said.
Let's just run the motion and we'll go on with it.
Chair, I'll just rescind the damn motion.
Okay.
Chair, that wasn't even on the agenda, we're letting things out there.
It's on
We're
the
not jumping.
agenda.
But we already
That's what we're
addressed.
talking about.
It was addressed, it's done.
All right. It's done rescinded, it's done over.
Chair, I had
We
something.
have the motion. Go ahead.
So Chair, real quick, I had a lady come in and we just want to recognize one of our oldest elders in Medicine Road. Her name is Vereen Lafferty, and her niece, Marilyn White brought it, and she wanted us to recognize her. She just turned 101 yesterday, so. I want to recognize her and give Vereen a shout out over in Kyle, so thank you.
Yes.
I know.
Yeah, leave that, not getting fined.
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn by Councilman London, we need a second. Second by Councilwoman Little Hawk Weston.
I think he's gone. He's not even here.
Hey, I was gonna get him a Starkville for staying too.
Just went out there.
Make a motion, but he left.
We just did the motion.
I'll second
We
it.
just did the motion.
Okay. Councilman Randall,
Second by Sonia.
second by
Richard Greenwell Senior,
Absolutely.
James Krause, Ryan Jumping Eagle Senior,
Yes.
Lyle Weston, Tyler Lunderman, Kathy Sears, Delroy Gosper, Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Troy Little, Garfield Still, David Kelly, George Jimmy Jr., Rick Dillon, Steve Randall, Norman Standing Soldier, David Clear,
Did you tell solid waste to come and clean up?
15 yes, one opposed, motion carried. Meeting adjourned. 7:55. I want to thank to our listeners out there, tuning in, being patient with us. This one session of Tribal Council, day 2, also to the radio. Staying on and maintaining.
I'm glad you said that, because I would fucking want them to.
Yeah, that's also on our list.
Start it back on.